technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian. I messed up my intro. Mordian Glory live stream. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for an early stream. My God. Okay. On the one hand, it's early because it's before 9 o'clock. On the other hand, it's late because it's 8:30 and I was meant to start at 8. So you can decide if it's a late early stream or an early late stream. It's your choice. I'll let you decide. I'm a man of the people after all. How are we all doing today, guys? It's time for the Monday stream. And today, we're just going to be having a bit of a chit chat. I always like to leave the Monday streams a little bit more loosey-goosey, a little bit more open-ended, because I know lots of people have stuff they've been working on over the weekend, like they've been to tournaments, or they've been doing lots of hobbying and all that kind of stuff. I've been doing lots of hobbying as well, which I'll be able to share with you guys and whatnot. So today we could talk about anything and everything. There has been some pretty big news out re 11th edition, so of course we could talk about that. And there's been lots of, like I said, I've been doing a lot of hobbying. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I might have a few of these bad boys built now. Woo! Oh dear. Also, I have this bakery bag from Wigan, full of new Konflikt models. Ooh, I won't tell you what they are. But I might be showing those off as well. Well, okay, I can tell you exactly what it is. I got the new mullet. Okay, I got the new mullet. I haven't opened the box yet, so this is the resin version. And I bought it because I bought it because you get the voucher for the other one. They get the voucher for the plastic one. So I figured what I'd do is I'd buy the resin one, and then I can do a comparison to the plastic one. And anyone who's curious about the resin one, I can show the bits off on stream and all that kind of stuff. But genuinely, it's just a chill one today, guys. Like I said, there's loads of interesting stuff going on with Konflikt, and just because it's a developing game, there's lots of new stuff coming out for it. But there's also loads of stuff coming out for 40k as well. I mean, we've really started to get a look at... We've got a full set of the missions now. We don't know exactly what disposition is going to go with which detachment. but which obviously means we don't know what missions are going to be where. But we've had a bit of a look at the missions now. I've had some people start to do some analysis on it, and I have to say, yeah, 11th edition. Okay, I'm not beefing. I'm not. In a funny sort of way, I'm kind of okay with it because it'll make things a lot more straightforward, and I only have a small brain. But 11th edition detached 11th edition force dispositions. If I could sum it up in this intro, and obviously we'll deep dive it a little bit later, but if I could sum it up in this intro, this is the summary of the 11th edition force dispositions. Would you like to take Purge the foe, or would you like to lose? Even the most optimistic, ball-washing GW defenders have taken one look at it and gone, yeah, I think Purge might be the best one. But, you know, at the end of the day, I guess, look, I'm not too worried about it because I do think GW will end up... I do think GW will end up, you know, tweaking things and stuff like that. Also, it turns out that GW flyers are not broken. How interesting. They've gotten a very... So I thought last week the flyers were broken. Technically, they work. Technically. But the way that they have fixed them is like so GW, right? hey, it's better. I'm not gonna lie, it's a better system than what I thought it was gonna be, but it's still pretty mental. But I suppose we'll talk about all that when we get to it. So we could talk about 11. So we've got stuff about 11th edition to talk about. We've got stuff about K47 to talk about. Loads of other games and everything. So yeah, just a nice chit chat stream today. It's going to be a relatively quick stream today. I'm hoping to finish after about 3.5 hours because I have to be up very early tomorrow because I have a doctor's appointment. I don't think it's anything too serious, but I've got a doctor's appointment, so I can't be streaming super late. So yeah. So with all of that said, now let's get into the stream proper, and that means we have to begin with our traditions, because traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? Let's see who we've got in the stream. We have got Nick Salamander, Gaming Stuka, Trooper. We've got Clanchcat, Stevie. Shit, I've lost my place. Steve AB, Patrick, Gaming Stuka, Lord Paul, Pass the Blaster, Squawk, Mark Course, Doing Brit, Lower Deck, Sir New, Chicken Detonator, Lucky Cass, Ex Morpheus, Chicken Detonator, Max, Mediocre Minis, Lazy Polar Bear, Joe Quilla, Tosh Beef Station, Ing, Beer, Traw, Green Knight, Sneering Brit, Rider of Angmar, Marie's Minis, Commissar Death Strike, Ryan Tomlinson, Brown Bread 5704, Cool German Dude, Andreas Chats, or as Andreas Schnatz, is it? Andreas will do, I think. Pastor Blaster, Clashka, Raygun, Old Snapper, The Last Guardsman, Cavasius, Uncle Clumsy, SMFSTOZ, Rudy and Fox Knight and Colin Gaines. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today. Vigo is here as well. Hey, Vigo and Dante and the Whispering Monk. Hey, and Troy Timothy and Kill Nella. We got bloody hell, loads of people sneaking in at the end. And David Davidson. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you guys for the incredible support. Thank you for joining the stream. Don't forget to go ahead and like the stream if you've not done so already. And don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're trying to get to, we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers at some point in the next 12 months. Be nice. Sooner the better. So subscribe to the fucking channel, you fucking bellends. I've decided I'm not asking nicely anymore. I've decided I'm going to shame you into it. Are you a heretic? Or are you a man that likes the stream? Hey, if you don't want to like the stream, dislike it. I dare you. I dare you. Ha, you fool! You dislike the stream? YouTube can't tell the difference. It's all engagement. You could just unlike or undislike the stream now, but it's too late. It's detected your engagement. There we go. All right, what have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment to go through and see who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. So, starting off, we have got J-Bond. J-Bond, thank you so much for the 46 months. X-Force, baby. Yes. 46 months of beef and holding the line. 07, mate. 07. Dude, thanks for supporting the channel for well over 3 years. Nearly 4 years, man. Absolutely incredible. And that is actually pretty big deal. Like, it's pretty crazy. But I also want to say, speaking of beef, I've had a revelation. I'm not going to say too much, but last week I feel like I got a lot of beef out my system. And I'm not saying I won't be covering beef in the future, because I love a bit of beef. Don't get me wrong. But I actually spent all of Saturday just recording, like, tactical content. Just tactics, unit reviews, all that kind of stuff for the beginning of this week, including Wednesday for K47. Did a unit review for the Soviets, and I really enjoyed it. So I'm gonna just see. I really want to see the points for 11th. I really want to see the force dispositions for the guard and everything. Which should be from Thursday onwards, right? So I'm hoping that, you know, we can get some solid tactics content, because I kind of enjoy just sitting down and just talking about content and stuff, talking about tactics and stuff. So who knows? Maybe the channel will evolve from tactics to drama to tactics again. Who knows? It's whatever I'm in the mood for. So there you go. But don't worry, there'll still be a bit of beef, but I think there's going to be a bit more holding the line and a little bit less beef going forward, unless GW completely fucking drops the ball, and then I'll be full beef all the way. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator, thank you, super chat, man. Chicken Detonator Experimental Design Bureau is proud to have delivered the Stug 3 that made such a valiant effort in the Bulge game. Hey! Yeah, it was really helpful, actually. Alex Alex was sort of driving straight into the mid, and a lot of my armor was on the extreme right, so we needed a pinch of armor to help us break through the center right, and that Stug plus a truck for the Fallschirmjäger and 30-foot slugging Volksgrenadiers just completely overwhelmed the Americans in that sector. It was awesome. So yeah, dude, it was, and the Stug just laying down, just. You know, it wasn't doing like a huge amount of like damage, because you had like Americans dug in to cover, but at the same time it was just pinning the shit out of them with machine guns and heavy anti-tank gun explosions and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, it did a very, very good job, and it was just the little pinch of armor that we needed to break through and to secure that objective. So yeah, no, it was good, and it was great it was great to have it in the game as well. I've been meaning to get it in the game and get it in a video, so I hope you enjoyed seeing it, man. And thank you so much to the model as well, of course. Meryl, my boy! Meryl, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. 07, as is tradition, and as always, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and dare I say, an absolute goddamn hero. Thank you, Meryl, as always. There you go. I want to say a big thank you to Sir Epert. Is that how it's meant to be? Is it Cy Repert, Sire Peepert, or Sir Epert? There's like 3 different ways I can see you saying this name. All right. Sire Peeper, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Can we skip straight to the K47 talk? I mean, if you want, it's your super chat, man. I can talk about K47 for a moment. We're talking about anything and everything today. It's not like we have to do 40K first and then K47. It's a very free-flowing conversation today. So we could do, you want to talk about K47, we could do that. Then we could go back to 40K, go up to bot action, go down to old world. It doesn't really matter, right? So I guess I could talk to you a little bit about the K47 stuff. So I had a really, really productive weekend. I want to show you guys something. I want to show you a site which might make a lot of you quake in fear. But look at all those Ursus. That is 18 Ursus. 9 with mauls, 9 on 9 without. And I've also done 18 Soviet infantry. You can't see the chat, just blocking them over there. I've got the Vasily Zaitsev model as well. I think that's what it's meant to be. And I've also got the limited edition standard bearer done as well. So I had a very, very productive weekend. And this isn't even everything that I built. In addition to this, I also built a sprue of American infantry because I've got to get as much infantry as possible for my Americans before I do the market garden game that I'm doing. And then I also finished, just because it's a project that I've been doing for a long time, well, a project that I've been doing bit by bit for a long time, I also finished all of the infantry for my Hungarian army. Now, admittedly, that is bolt action, but I've got like the uniform nailed down, and I've got the infantry nailed down. I've used a mixture of Italian and veteran German infantry parts, and the idea with the army is it's going to be a late war Hungarian army. So it's gonna have like a tiger tank and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be a late war Hungarian army. And the idea is that it's the Hungarian army after it's kind of been smashed, and so that's why a lot of the veteran troops got like bandages and stuff. And the idea is going to be the army basically after it got taken over by the Germans. So the only like German weapons in there on the NCOs and the not on the NCOs, on the officers, like platoon commanders and stuff. And the idea is that basically it's going to be Hungarian infantry, which have been sort of, a lot of the Italian weapons do kind of look like the Hungarian weapons, which I thought was really cool. But the Hungarian army, when it's been sort of reconstituted and rebuilt with Axis support. And so it's going to have this mixture of like Hungarian equipment and German equipment. And that just allows you to keep most of it in plastic. I've also been working on some of the tanks as well. So here's a Toldi. Here's a late war Toldi. So there you go. And I've also got like the Tyrannosaurus. I've not built that. So I've got my infantry done. So that's another thing that I was working on. And then I also finished, there's a bit of a mix in here, but I also finished my Totenrotter army, amongst other things. That's built as well. And I actually built von Jörgling. Obviously, the camera's not focusing on him super well, but there you go. And I also built 2 Roberta Wells. So I've got the standalone model, and I've got the Operation, or I don't know which way round it is, and I've got the Operation Touchdown model as well. And that completes my Roberta Wells collection. I've got all 3 of them now. So yeah, it's been a very, very, very busy weekend. And if you're wondering why did you build and not paint anything, because the paint competition is coming along very soon for the Morning Glow Discord. I also picked up today because I went over to the Warlord store. I went over to the Warlord store just to pick up. I went over to the Warlord store just to pick up the new mullet, right? because I wanted because the Warlord store confirmed in Wigan, right? They confirmed that they were gonna honor the voucher that you get if you buy the resin mullet. You get a voucher for a discount. I don't think it's the full thing, but discount off the plastic one when that eventually comes out. So I went in for the mullet and I tripped. I completely tripped over, guys. And as I fell forward, I had to steady myself on the on the model shelves, and I accidentally leant on a box of Soviet Mark II infantry, and they flew off the shelves onto the counter and got scanned through. But then I had to steady my other side, steadied with one hand, and then to steady with my other hand as well. And a box of Soviet Mark I infantry also flew off the shelf and onto the counter. And finally, as I found my footing, dislodged by the change in air pressure, the Soviet Mark II officer fell off the shelf and went onto the counter. And then there was an accidental freak electrical issue, which caused all of these items to then get scanned by the register. And in an attempt to stop the electrical problem, I used my credit card as an electrical sort of buffer. But that somehow resulted in me buying all those models, and once that was all done, it just meant that it was at that point it just seemed rude to take them back. So yeah, I Matt Ward writing right here. That story is highly suspicious. Anyway, so yeah, I went in for a mullet. And I came out with the Soviet armored platoon. I do think what's really cool, and I do want to do a big shout out to the Warlord Wigan store here, because I do think it's quite nice that they do this. So there was a reason I ended up with those bits, right? So on the Warlord website, so I've been wanting to get more Mark 1 infantry. I want to get more armored infantry anyway, and I've been really wanting to get more Soviet heavy infantry, but nowhere sells those on a discount. You can get like the Mark II armored infantry for like 20% off from like Wayland, but no one sells like the Mark 1s on discount. And they're the ones that I really want. I want a bit more Mark II, but I really want lots of Mark 1s, right? And I went into the Wigan store, which is the new sort of standalone store for Warlord Games, and I said to Chris, oh, hey, do you have these like bits in and stuff? And he said, yeah, we've got them in. And he said any bundles that are on the web store, if I've got the bits in store, I'll do it you as one of the bundles. I can literally just put it through the till as that, or I can give it the relevant discount and everything. And so that's why I ended up getting it, because I was like, actually, I've been looking online and ages to try and find these bloody Mark 1s at a discount. And then I thought, well, actually, if I can get this stuff on the discount from in store, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that's why I ended up getting it. And I just thought I did think it was worth mentioning, because it means if anyone's in the Wigan store and if you want to maybe take advantage of one of the bundles, that is one of the ways you can do it. So yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, went in for a mullet, came out the whole damn portrait. Well, that's it, right? Because I just mentioned it to Chris in passing, and then he said, oh, well, we can honor the bundle. And I was like, you can do the bundle? So, yeah, I bought the bundle. So, there you go. So, now I have got... now I've got a lot of power armor. I think power armor is really cool. I even think it's cool in 40k, by the way. I'm not an anti-power armor person. Powered armor is cool, right? So I want to do more power armor lists for Konflikt, and so I'm going to be doing it with my beloved Soviets first, because I love the Soviets. So yeah, you should be expecting to see more clanky boys for my Soviet army going forward, because I think that is really fun. So yeah, I want basically mullets and power armor. That's what I want. Plus some Ursus, because you can't leave home without the Ursus, right? Yeah. There you go. So yeah, that's so there you go. If you want a little bit of a Sir Repert, if you want a little bit of talk about K47, there you are. Warforged, man, I can. Yes, man, I can, mate. What have we got next? We've got the lower decks. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Menial work is still work. Check stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Sir, time moves differently here in line at the Administratum. Following your orders, I am doing my best not to think or have any creative thoughts while waiting. Employing our dynasty's signature meditation technique, empty mind, empty wallet, has been a great help. that is the Wargamers mantra. Empty mind, empty wallet. There appears little activity in terms of movement. However, we are getting to know our neighbours. A man ahead of us introduced his wife and children. He met his wife here in the line several years ago while delivering new auto quills. They decided to settle down and have a family while waiting for his delivery to be signed off. And so we wait, confident that our alternate wages continue to be paid while undertaking the most menial of work. Of course! You know, of course. You are a salaried employee of the dynasty. So you're not getting paid any more turnips for being there. There's no overtime, but you know you also don't get docked your pay. It's just like you're just a salaried employee. There you go. Also, if you look in the clause, we don't do holiday pay, we don't do sick pay, but due to our ancient roots in from Terra of the Kingdom of Britannia, we do have queuing pay. So you do get a certain amount of queuing allowance that's covered before you need to get a note from your local Administratum drone to say you can queue for longer. So there you go. There you are. There you are, man. I love it. What have we got next? The Whispering Monk, thank you, Super Chat, man. Dropped a 1-page reference sheet in Discord for Space Marine detachment costs. Let's have a look. Oh, it's PowerPoint. I don't have PowerPoint, man. Maybe I could upload it to like Google Slides or something. Will it work? It does. Nice. Okay, let's have a look. So we've got Space Marine faction detachment costs, Fulgaris Task Force, Librarians Conclave, and Subversion Asset. So those are the 3 new ones for generic Space Marines, and they're all 1 detachment point. I think the big one that people want to know about is what are the triple DPs? And Armored Spear Tip, that's the one with the Land Raiders that can just blast into deployment zone turn 1, is 3 detachment points. The Ultramarine one is 3 detachment points. Sermite Sentinels is 3 detachment points. Gladius is 3 detachment points. Of course, if Gladius had been anything less than 3, it would have been a bag of shit. And Stormlance, which is the Advance and Charge one, is 3 detachment points. Okay, that seems pretty good. So it looks like they don't have a huge amount. It looks like almost none of the legacy ones that haven't been redone, like Librarius, none of the legacy 10th edition ones are less than 2 detachment points. Interesting. So I think that probably means you're looking at no Siege and Recon. I bet Siege is 2 detachment points, and I bet Recon's 2 detachment points. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. But we'll find out on Thursday for the Guard. Dark Angel's got a bunch of extra ones. The only one for the Dark Angels that was 3 detachment points was their best one, Wrath of the Rock. All of these ones, I don't know. No one was taking any of these. So I guess it'll be interesting to see if people just stick with Wrath of the Rock or if they end up taking one of these plus one of these, or if they end up taking all three of these. Space Wolves, similar. Black Templars, similar. Grey Knights, everything but Warp Bane, 3 detachment points. This is sad. This is sad. Deathwatch detachments, Black Spear Task Force, 3 detachment points. You are still alive! They're clinging on! Deathwatch clinging on by the fingertips! They're like, I'm not fucking leaving! I'm not fucking leaving! It's still here. Deathwatch players. Deathwatch players are like, these shoulder pads don't run. These silver arms don't run, son. We don't have Imperial Guard yet. We don't have it yet, Klovac. That's on Thursday. On Thursday, we'll find out. Yeah. I think there's some Blood Angel. I think there are some Blood Angel ones as well. That aren't on here. But yeah, I think we saw the ones. I think there's some Blood Angel ones as well. Yeah. Yeah. So for me, I have a Space Marine army, which is my Blood Ravens. I have my Black Templars, but I didn't use my Black Templars pretty much in all of 10th edition. I mean, I love my Black Templar army, don't get me wrong, but GW, they made it so Black Tie didn't really work for a lot of the edition. Okay, I tell you what killed my Black Tide was the free war gear, because I built all of my guys in a certain way. That meant that if I ran them with free war gear, I was just missing out. I was missing a lot of power fists and flamers and stuff like that. So I just couldn't be bothered redoing them for it. But maybe 11th will reinvigorate me. Yeah. But the main one is, I think, for the Space Marines here, I ran my Blood Ravens, and I typically ran them in the Iron Storm Spearhead because I just like having... I ran a lot of MSU. I think my Blood Raven army might be pretty good in 11th in certain detachments for like multiple units and stuff. Like I take a lot of tactical marines. If they survive, I take a lot of tactical marines and I break them down to 5-man squads. And so I used to take them with Iron Storm Spearhead because I got a lot of extra rerolls out of it, and it meant that I was less dependent on Oath of Moment because everyone had a little reroll in the squad. I guess the big question for me is, what do I combine Iron Storm Spearhead with? Have we seen all the new have we seen the new detachments for Space Marines? Here's the thing. I have a strong feeling like there's going to be I have a strong feeling like I'm gonna take my 2 detachment point one and then be like, oh, and sort of just slap an extra detachment on there, because I've got a detachment point left over, but we'll have a look. So Fulgaris Task Force, anti-grav speeders hit the foe with thunderous firepower at deadly velocities. So this only affects my land speeders. I don't care about any of those. So this doesn't help me. Librarius Conclave might help me. I do have 2 librarians for my Blood Ravens, so this might help me. At the start of the battle round, select one of the following Psychic Disciplines abilities. Friendly Adept starting Psycho units have that ability until the end of the battle round. Bioman's Discipline, the unit has +2 movement. Divination Discipline, this unit's attacks can reroll hit rolls of 1 and rolls of 1. Pyromancy Discipline, this unit's ranged attacks that target enemy unit within 12-inch unit have +1 AP. Telekinesis, ranged attacks, targets you have -1 strength. Telepathy Discipline, this unit's attacks can ignore modifiers, ability skill, weapon skill, and hit rolls. Telepathy hey, that actually looks really good. That could be really, really nice. I do, like I said, I have a couple of psychers. That could be yeah. I think the Librarius one looks pretty good. Enhancement, adept status cycle model only. Advanced move. You can allows you to advance and charge. When this unit is selected to make a fallback move, if this unit has the bioman discipline ability, that move does not prevent this unit from being able to declare a charge. Okay, fallback, biomancy. Okay, so you can advance and charge and fallback biomancy and charge. Prescience. Model only, excluding Terminator model, so I can only put this on my non-librarian, my non-Terminator librarian. I've got one of each. When an enemy unit ends a move within 8 inches unit, if this unit is unengaged, this unit can make a normal move up to D6 inches, or if it has a divination ability up to 6 inches. Okay, reactive move 6 inches, but you have to be in divination. That's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Is there any stratagems? Does this one have any stratagems, or is it no stratagems? Oh, interesting. So this has no stratagems. Obfuscation. Enemy units cannot target this unit with snap shooting attacks, so you're immune to Overwatch essentially. Telepathy, discipline, it's magic detection range. That's not. I don't really care too much about that. Temporal corridor, adept status. At the end of your phase, you can place unit reserves. If this unit has telekinesis discipline ability, this unit can deep strike. That's pretty good. So potential uppy downy there. Yeah. Fusillade, Psyker, anti-monster vehicle 5+, pyromancy discipline. Status 1. So I really like the +1 AP one because that one's going to really sting if you with the new cover rules, because it's going to be like you can't, if I can potentially get I can add more AP, and cover doesn't help your armor anymore, so that could be very nice. And I like the telepathy one for getting around ballistic skill modifiers. Yeah. That's good. So I have to say, I think the Librarius one, and I do know what's kind of interesting. I think the Librarius one fits my army the best anyway. Not because, oh, of course, Mordian, the best one fits your army. No, because it's Blood Ravens, right? I wouldn't take that with my Black Templars, but yeah, Blood Ravens. They are basically Thousand Sons, loyal Thousand Sons successors that don't know their gene seeds from the Thousand Sons. Yeah. Subversion assets. With transhuman instinct, I don't give a shit. Nowhere to hide. Phobos Scout Squad. Okay, that's a bag of shit, basically. Don't care about that. Shroud Field. Phobos model only. This model has lone up and stealth. Don't care about that. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't care. Death in the Dark is an upgrade. Infantry unit. This unit attacks. That attack had +1 to hit to rerolls. And that's fine, I guess. Yeah, no, I mean, there might be really good stratagems and all that with this, but I think it's I think for the vast majority of people, they're going to look at Librarius Conclave and see that's the best one. It's classic. It's classic GW, right? It's classic GW. One of these is a lot better than the other two. Like, this one is kind of cool, don't get me wrong, and I bet you there'll be some, like, crazy niche, crazy big brain maneuvers that top-tier players will be able to leverage from that one. Probably similarly with this one. But if you're a smooth brain mid-table player like me, where, you like to go to an event, win a few games, but you're not expecting a podium anytime soon. It would be nice if you went to an RTT and went 2-1. It'd be nice if you went to a GT and went, 2-3, 3-2, like that kind of thing. On a good day, maybe 4-1, right? When you're just going for a bit of fun. Obviously, sometimes you lock the fuck in when you go to tournament, right? But just when you're going to tournament for a bit of fun, I think the Librarians Conclave is just, I've got a 2 DP detachment. I'm just going to plug Librarians Conclave on top of that and stick a side with my list. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Yeah. That's my... It's very smooth, but you can literally just be like... Because the thing with this one is you can literally take a Psyker or 2, stick them in a big damage dealing unit, and then just go telepathy discipline or pyromancer discipline. Just easy, right? Just do damage output, do more damage. Yeah. So yeah, I think Librarius Conclave is the simple one, and that's probably the one I'll be going with. Yeah. Librarian Terminator armor leading a big old brick of assault Terminators. Good luck. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so I have this old metal librarian. I think he's like a named character. So I've got this guy. He just needs like an Aquila sticking on the end of his staff because it was I got off eBay and that bit was missing. It was advertised as missing. Don't worry, I didn't get jibbed. And then I've also got this old. I think this is fucking Ezekiel, man, for the Dark Angels, but he just looks. Yeah, he just looks good as a librarian at the end of the day. Let me just get him, get his sword in his hands. Oh, it was in there, but there you go. And I've got this bad boy as well. So I figured I just, I've got a pretty nice 1,500 point Bloodraven list. I figured I needed to get it up to 2,000 points. So I was like, stick a couple of Psychers in there. And maybe a few more Tactical Marines, because I fucking love Tactical Marines. I love me tax, boys. I love me tax. Yeah, stick it, because I've got 30 of them at the moment. And I'm like, maybe, I don't know, I'll play it by ear. But I think a couple of Librarians and a couple of the little bits. I've got a Scout Squad here as well. They're painted up Blood Angels at the moment, but they're not that different to my, if you look at the color scheme, it's just a slightly different red. I might repaint them, but they're not too bad at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm thinking basically paint up 2 Librarians and a little bit of something, and we're probably good to go, right? We're probably all right. Yeah. So there we go. All right. So yeah, that's probably where I'm at with the space one. Librarius, at a glance, the Librarius one seems the best. And I think the truth is, I think that we're going to find this a lot with 11th edition, and I don't think it's necessarily something to be critical of. But I do think it's something to be like aware of. Some people will beef on this, some people won't. But if you're getting into the game for the first time, this is definitely something to be aware of. There are just better choices in 40k. Not better choices than 40k, better choices in 40k. Like, you might be like, well, how come one of those detachments is so much obviously better than the others? That's just the way it is. GW will often put out 3 detachments, but really it's like one is the obvious choice, and 2 of them are kind of just like nice ones. But yeah, it's one of those. And you'll find that with like the missions. I think it's quite obvious that Purge is going to be the best mission in 11th. So the big question is going to be for a lot of, I think, players is what happens if we just keep going purge into purge every game? Well, at least it'll be a nice simple talk. You can have a few beers and not worry too much, right? Yeah. What do we got next? We've got Green Knight. Thank you for the 4 months, man. Can't wait for Warfront Europa. Are you attending? Is that the Barefoot Miniatures event? Let me have a look. Or is that... 1 minute. Is that the one down in... 1 minute. I might not be going to that one. It might be a bit far away. I think that's the one that's a little far for me. It's 2 hours away. It's 2 hours away. I haven't booked anything. I haven't planned to go. Right now I haven't planned to go, but I may change my mind last minute. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Is it a 2-day event or a 1-day event? I guess is the big question. Yeah. That's the big question. I guess I could just find it myself. Let me have a look. It's just a 1-day event. Is it K47 or is it bot action? I think it's bot action. I think it's bot action. Oh wait, no, there's another one. Oh, is it? Oh, I'm not sure actually. Oh no, it is K47. Whoa, no, game arrival 8:30. Might be a bit of an early start for me. Okay, put me. It's a solid maybe, to be honest. It's a solid maybe. Yeah, it's a solid maybe. I'll see how I feel a bit close to the day. Romaic, thank you for super chat, man. K47 work in progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. They arrived through the rift, speaking a language that no one understood, from a world no one comprehends, carving their way through Europe. They now fight for the highest bidder, shouting a war cry in the name of their emperor, who no one knows. They are strong. They are fear incarnate. They are Steel Legion. Yes! Dude, so cool. I'm literally doing the same thing, man. Dude, absolutely insane, man. I'm literally doing the same thing. Let me show you. Let me see if I can get the camera to focus on it. Yours are a bit more tan. Mine are a bit more yellow. There you go. There you go. Literally doing the same thing. That's awesome, man. Let's have a look. I love it. The Stahl Legion. That's so cool, bro. That's so good. I love it. Big old 10-man squads with lots of assault rifles and Panzerfaust. The way it should be. Absolutely the way it should be, man. Amazing. I love it. So cool to see, you know, two great minds think alike, as they say. I love it, man. That's awesome. Good job. What have we got next? Clove, thank you for the super chat, man. What's your opinion on Mark II automated platforms? I couldn't possibly comment on any Mark II automated platforms. I couldn't possibly comment on that topic. I'm not allowed to. I can't comment. I can't comment. People are saying they're on Reddit. Let's have a look. Are they though? Oh, cool. Someone got a mystery box. Hey, look at this, guys. Fucking hell. Okay, I'm not changing the topic, but this was what someone got in their mystery box. So they got a Vogel spinner, a Panther X, and then they got the Fallschirmjäger Falcon Infantry, and an Actal Band squad, and they got the Nackjäger, and they got the German medic. You can kind of use like a platoon commander. I don't know how many Nackjäger they got. It might only be 2. And then they got the Hanomag. That's a pretty fucking good haul, that is. So you got a Walker platoon, a Walker platoon, and enough for an assault platoon and change, and a transport. Huh. That's pretty cool. Huh. I can't see anything on Reddit. Ah, there you go. I mean, this is what people see on the tour, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. This is what you guys see on the tour. What's this? KOGB Master Mark II on platforms, Mark II Merlin. So I would be what people are looking at here, like that's crazy. I would just say that chat's hiding it. I can zoom in a bit on it. There you go. I would just say one simple thing. No comment. Hey, there you go. Hey, you know, you're gonna have to you have to take that for what it means, whatever you think it means. All right, there you are. I can't comment on that. I can't comment on that this time. There you go. There you are. All right. This thing, whatever it is, I need it. Look, guys. I told you when I went to UKGE. When I went to UKGE, I told you that I'd had some conversations with certain people on the Warlord team, certain people in the K47 design team, and I told you this, what, 2 weeks ago? Or a week ago? I said that the British are continuing to develop their automated technology. I said, what you've seen so far is not the only designs. All right. So I've already said everything I can say. You know, so you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait a little bit before you get the info. All right. So there you are. What have we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, man. Emperor's finest fighting the horrors of Magic the Gathering in stream discussion. If I can't find folks to play Midhammer, I will play it in MTG. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I saw this pop up in the Discord. Yeah, you've got the old. I don't know if these are old or new, but you've got the Warhammer Magic the Gathering cards. I genuinely am not sure if these are, because I know that there was some Warhammer Magic the Gathering cards there was a Warhammer card game back in the day, or Warhammer Magic cards back in the day. I can't quite remember. So I don't know if these are new or if these are old. But it's pretty cool. I love how you've just got like 40 is that 40 conscripts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You just got 50 conscripts at the front. Nice. I love it. There you are. So you've got deploy to the front. Create X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens, where X is the number of creatures in the battlefield. Wait, are there 50 creatures on the battlefield? Depends if you imagine. When defensive magic enters battlefield, create X 2/2 White Astartes warrior creature token with vigilance. Exile Defenders of Humanity. Create X2/2 White Astartes warrior creature tokens with vigilance. Activate only if you control no creatures and only during your turn. X being the number you put there. Yeah. Okay. So you can basically like create like a horde of conscripts. That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah. They're newish. They released like 2 years ago. That's amazing, man. Yeah. I love that. I love that you just can create like a horde of conscripts. I tell you what, if you played that right, you get a lot of those little buggers. What do we got next? Bald Rick, thank you for super chat, man. MG, what would you suggest to add to the US side of the K47 starter set to get to 1.5k points? This is a great question. It's a great question. Let us remind ourselves what is in the American starter set, and then we can go from there. When you say America, what would you suggest to add to the US side of the K47 starter set? Ah, okay, 1 minute, I misunderstood. 1 second. So that is this one. Okay, so you have a linebacker and 2 squads of Fireflies. So you have a couple of choices. The first choice is pretty straightforward. You could just simply add the US starter army. Let's just go and find that. Where are you? Yeah, there you go. So you could just add the US starter army. Now, this is going to give you more than enough. Okay, you are going to end up... basically, you're going to get a linebacker to spare. So you could either sell that spare linebacker, because I don't think you'll need 3, because they're quite expensive linebackers, like 328 points each, right? So you're going to end up with linebackers to spare. So either... If you're not a fan of like magnets, build it with like a super bazooka. So you could build like 1 linebacker with each loadout, 1 with the HMGs, 1 with the autocannons, 1 with the super bazookas, and then just use 2 of those 3 in whatever game that you're playing. And you'll get 24 of the Fireflies, which is more than enough as well. So that's 1 box done. And that will allow you to build like Firefly platoons and also regular assault platoon and walker platoons in the game. So this is a fine choice. Fine choice. No issues with it whatsoever. And it does make your army relatively sort of one directional, sort of mono themed, as it were. But it also is just genuinely not a bad way to go. Linebackers are pretty decent. Fireflies are pretty decent. Can't complain. So that's one option that you've got. And it's probably a very cost-effective option when you think about the fact that, you know, this is £110 from Warlord's website, but head over to Wayland Games if you're in the UK, or to a nearby discount retailer wherever you are based. And I would say, if you know Wayland Games, you can get this for 20% off. Affiliate link down below. But no, it's true. Like, you can get it for 20% off if you want to. So that's one way you could go. The other, I've already got it here. The other way you could go, because you might not want any more Fireflies and stuff like that, which I do understand, because you might be like, these are cool, but I want to try some other bits out for the army. The other way you could go is a little bit more bitty. You could go the US Recon Enforce bundle. This will get you a bunch of heavy infantry and stuff. And it's not a bad bundle at all. So this will get you the... this will allow you to have your Fireflies and linebacker act as more of a drop-in reserve force. And this basically allows you to have some decently tough units to start on the board with. And it's sort of important to remember that in a lot of games of K47, you can't put your entire army in reserve. You can only put up to half your units in reserve. So you do need something to start on the board. So this isn't a bad choice because it's going to get you an officer and basically 2 power armored infantry squads, plus it'll give you some pretty good ground pounding mechs. Of course, it's important to remember that all of these infantry are in metal and all of these mechs are in metal and resin, so you might not want to do that. But there's definitely enough points here to give you a full, to get you up to 1500 points easily. So yeah, you've got that. Now the other option after that, you sort of, the third option to mention is you don't have, you go bundleless. And you start adding a little bit, you know, you start adding sort of individual products to your basket. Sort of like getting like a Kodiak, for example, or like like a Guardian like Walker. It's really up to you what you do at that point. I would, if you didn't like the look of either bundle and you were looking for something to add to your army, I would definitely recommend a squad of Paragons. They are metal, but they're pretty good metal models. I definitely recommend a squad of Paragons. I would definitely recommend a Kodiak. Kodiaks are really good, really fun. And I would definitely recommend a Guardian or 2. Yeah, definitely. So you could have like 2 squads of Fireflies and some Paragons as your infantry, and then a linebacker, a Kodiak, and a couple of Guardians as your armor. And that wouldn't be bad at all. I don't know if that's more expensive going down that route, but yeah, that wouldn't be bad at all. So yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I would go with. So that sort of gives you 3 routes. Okay, it gives you 3 routes. It gives you the just more Fireflies, more linebacker route. You've got the sort of ground pounding heavy infantry route, and then you've got the sort of Paragon Kodiak Guardian route, or Paragon Kodiak Coyote route, I should say. Yeah, all of those are perfectly equal in my mind in terms of what would be good to add to the starter army. So yeah, it is worth mentioning that it's pretty much all but confirmed at this point that the American power armor will be coming in plastic. So that's that second bundle I showed you with the mechs and the power armor. It is all but confirmed that it's coming in plastic, but we have no idea when. We just know it might not be until the end of the year. It might not be until some point next year. So we just don't know. So it's one of those where it's like, you know, you could be like, oh, I don't want to get the power armor bundle. I'll wait for the plastic one. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But you might be waiting a little while. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, hope that helps, Baldrick, and hope it puts you in the right direction. Also, Baldrick, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support, man. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Starbucks Meg. Thank you for super chat. The 17th Armored Regiment starts in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Where is it? It's not coming up. 1 minute. Ah, there you go. My first squad of 10 till I'm ready to serve. Great third-party kit from Cromlech. Wow, those look awesome, man. Holy shit. Those guys look absolutely badass. Absolutely badass. Pack them in. Yeah, they look cool as fuck, bro. Yeah, I love that. Really, really, really cool models, and I love the color scheme you've gone with them as well. Yeah, definitely getting those Talan Desert Raider vibes. What do we got after that? Clovek, thank you for the super chat, man. Any new stuff about K47 you can tell us about? Oh, I know loads of new stuff about K47. I just can't tell you about any of it. I'm sorry. I mean, the only new thing I can really do, the only really new thing I can do is show you what the mullet is like. We specifically asked you stuff you can tell us about. I mean, that's true. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay. Let me just clear all these Ursus. Ugh, sorry. The motherland demands that you move. So, in the box, we get an oval base, and we get a package. And we get some instructions. Well, I have to say, that looks pretty straightforward. That looks... Bro, I might get a second one of these. What the fuck is this, man? Oh, I tell you what. I tell you why you want to get one of these. Holy shit. So you get your little packing slip here. So big thank you to Lala. There you go. Do you want to know the number one reason why you want to get one of these resin mullets? I've never seen this before. I genuinely might go back and get a second one. They're £60 each though, so they are expensive. Do you get the coupon? You do. You do, yeah. Not in here though. You get the coupon later when the plastic one becomes available. You basically have to like keep your receipt or buy it online and keep your order and everything. But look what you get. The new Soviet bloc transfers. Let's get a close look at those. Come on, camera. Don't be a dickhead. Focus, you bastard. No, 1 minute. It might be too shiny, the bag. Let's have a look. All right. Wow. Those are actually really, really, really cool. I didn't think the slight change in style of the hammer and the sickle would be such a big deal, but it actually does look super fucking sick, doesn't it? That's so cool. They do look good. I'm a sucker for a good transfer these days. I've come to appreciate how much transfers add to a vehicle. All right, so let's have a look at the parts we get. Wow, look at how thick that leg is. A little bit of flash around the back, but that's pretty bloody clean. My God. I know we're always drawing comparisons to Forge World. And I know many of us mourn the death of Forge World, but I feel like I'm that Jedi in Ahsoka. I miss the idea of it. But not the reality, not the truth. Like, I miss the idea of Forge World, but at this point, I think we have to admit they were making some pretty shoddy products. They had some cool ideas, but some bad products. Is it damaged? No, not at all. That's just a little bit of flash. So if you ever get any, like, of this sort of flash shit, you literally it just scrapes off. I'm doing this very sort of cat-candidly. There you go, literally. Literally scrape that shit off, and it's pretty much... You can scrape it with your hands sometimes. There you go. You see how it's mostly cleaned up now? I've done that very roughly, so don't judge me or the model. But yeah. Seems cracked. There's literally no crack in it whatsoever. What do you mean that on the socket? No, that's an R to say R for right leg. It's an R for right leg. There you go. But it's a good question. Yeah. No. Let's see. So there's one there. That's an L for left leg. Yeah. Right leg, innit? Yeah, it's the right leg, innit? Yeah, there you go. So you got a little bit more of the flash there, but It's not too bad. Like, a bit of flash is to be expected with resin. As long as it's not completely caked in what I like to call the flaky shit, it's alright. A little bit of flaky shit, though, is perfectly normal. Very easy cleanup. Yeah, that's fucking clean, man. Holy shit, like, that's fucking clean. And then the whole body. What the actual fuck? The whole body comes in one giant lump. Ugh. Dark comrade. To Soviet resin. We do not put our resin in multiple parts like the namby-pamby decadent West. We cast our resin in one solid lump. Yikes mish! It was going in that direction, wasn't it? That's a big old lump. That's a big old lump. It's so clean, man. Holy shit, bro. Yeah. There you are. This is a beast. This is so cool. This is literally... I think this will be easy. This will be easier to build than the old Grizzlies and stuff. God, it's such a shame that the Soviet starter set didn't work. It would have been amazing to see these things stomping around the battlefield. You know, build it. I need to clean it properly first, to be honest. It needs a good scrubbing. So what I'll do is I will build it in the... I will clean it in the... Oh, these are Warlord resin. Interesting. So this is traditional resin. All these bits traditional resin. These two bits are Warlord resin. You see how it's a little bit more bendy? Yeah. So basically that just goes on the bottom. That just goes on the bottom there. It won't stay on, obviously. And then the gun just goes in there. Stick the legs on and it's good to go. So what I'll do is I'll clean it in time for either the Wednesday or the Thursday stream, and so we will build it on the Wednesday stream. There you are. God, it's cool. It's fucking cool though. Like, it's properly cool. Where does the foot go? Oh, I've got these useful instructions here. So that goes there. Wait. Let's all look. So, no. Okay, so that's the front there. So that just goes... Oh, no, I feel like I'm being extremely foolish. Ah, like that? Maybe? Yes, that goes at the back. Where's that? Does that just go in there? That, I feel like it connects to that. Yes. 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 Okay. So that connects to that. And then this thing like that. Aha! So that's very roughly the leg assembly right there. There you go. All right. So I'm going to put it back in the bag for now, but it's very... The Moller is so cool. It's such a shame that they didn't... That, yeah, that we had those issues with the starter set, but yeah, awesome. Absolutely awesome to see the bits IRL. It's a big fucking fuck off chonky mech, and I absolutely love it. And look, guys, I'm gonna say it, right? I'm gonna say it. You know, you guys know me. I love a good controversial opinion. I reckon that one will be easier to build than the plastic one. Very, very clean casting. It's very, very clean casting. And it's in very, very few parts. Yeah. Make sure I didn't miss anything stupid then. Oh, whoa, 1 minute. Holy shit, 1 minute, guys. I just noticed something. Huh. Look at the instructions. Look at that bit and that bit. And then look at the actual model itself. It doesn't come in 2 parts. That's crazy, man. So it was originally, it must have been designed to come in 2 different bits. And then at some point during the casting / designing process, they decided to do it all in 1 bit. That's very interesting. Yeah. that's very interesting. So I think the resin one will be easier to build because it's a super clean cast. There's very little cleanup you have to do. The parts went together very easily. As you could see then, I literally just dry fitted them pretty much together, right? So I think that it's the plastic version will be perfectly easy to build. Don't get the wrong end of the stick and think I'm saying the plastic version will be hard to build. I don't think that will be the case at all. I think the plastic version will also be easy to build. But I think the plastic version will be harder to build because I think it's going to come in more bits because it's going to be on plastic sprues, right? So this is like a difficulty level out of 10, like 2 kit. The only thing that makes it not difficulty 1 is the fact that it's resin, so you have to use super glue and you have to wash the parts. Yeah, that's it. The plastic one will probably be difficulty level like 4, I would say. But I think but one thing I would say is this before anyone does rush out to get the resin one. The resin one's very limited on its weapon options. It gets 250 cal machine guns and medium anti-tank gun. I am led to believe, although I cannot confirm or deny this, but based on what I saw a year ago at the open day when they announced the Molot, I'm led to believe that it has more weapon options than this. I'm pretty certain I saw some sort of underslung, like, ZA gun or something like that. So, yeah, I think there's going to be more weapon options. If it gets ZA guns underslung, though, the only concern I have is they're only a 6-inch range and the Molot is a slow vehicle. So it's never going to get them into range. So hopefully it'll be underslung ZP gun. Yeah. There you go. But yeah, very cool. So the Molot, very good. It is expensive at £60 because it is basically the equivalent of a Forge World kit. But I won't lie to you guys. I was hesitant at 60 quid. And I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. I don't think that's unreasonable for anyone to think, fucking hell, 60 quid, that's pricey, right? And it is. That's a pricey kit. But it is obviously, it's made out of resin, so that is one factor. But based purely on its own merits alone, I have no, and I paid that myself out of my own money, by the way. So you guys, because I always like to do this, if I'm going to say I think something's worth its money, I like to have my own skin in the game, right? So I paid for that today, my own money. Based on that, based on opening it up and having a look at it, I have no qualms about paying that. I've always said this. I don't mind paying a high price for model if I think the product I'm getting is worth it. And I think that is good. Now I will say this. It's not really going to be 60 quid. Because it's going to be cheaper in plastic when it comes out in plastic. I think I'd say, what's the price of a linebacker? I would presume the Molot will be the same as a linebacker. I've no idea, by the way. I'm no inside information from Warlord there. That's pure speculation. So I'd expect it would be linebacker price when it comes in plastic. if we just remind ourselves what that is. £39. So it might even be a little bit, to be honest, it might even be a bit less than that, because the linebacker is significantly bigger than the Moloch. But the linebacker is big. It is an absolute beast of a model. So yeah, I think it'll probably be worst case scenario. I think it'll be linebacker priced, which means it'll be about £11 cheaper. It's also worth noting if you get the resin one, you get a voucher for a discount on the plastic one when it comes out. And I don't know if this is going to be true, by the way, so do not hold me to this, but I believe it's going to be in the region of a 25% off voucher. So you're not getting a full Moloch, but you'd be getting 25% off. So that would mean if it was about 40 quid, you'd be getting a tenner off. So it's a little bit cheaper. It might be more. It might be less. I have no idea. But yeah, so really, if you buy this, it's more like, I think, in the region of 50 quid overall. Yeah. And I suspect you probably want two of them anyway. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's a good model. It's a good kit. And I really like the res. I like the res one so much, I might get another one. Yeah. 60 plus 50 minus 10 for 2. No, 60 plus 40 minus 10, I think. Because it's 60 now, and then 39 for the Moloch, which would be 99, and then minus 10, so it would be like 89. Yeah. Though I think that sounds a bit expensive, it is important to note that the Moloch is quite expensive. It's like a 250 point mech, so it's about the price of a Rogel. It's in game. It's the equivalent of a Rogel Dawn. Yeah, so it isn't, relatively speaking, it's not that expensive. Yeah, not as far as model prices go. But I think the Moloch could be cheaper. It really could be. I could see it coming in at like 35. Because it's not as big as the what do you call it, the linebacker. Nowhere near as big. Probably comes up to the linebacker's like cockpit, and then the linebacker's got like so much. Yeah, the linebacker's got a lot more going for it. So the linebacker's like the biggest plastic mech we've got at the moment. Yeah, what's it? Walkers. Yeah, the Moloch's 238 points, 250 if it's a command one. Yeah. So it's a bit of a beast. Yeah. Hornet sized. Yes, it's much more in the region. It's much more in the region of the Kodiak / Hornet size. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Maybe it'll be the same price as the linebacker. Maybe it'll be cheaper. Maybe it'll be 35 quid, something like that. But yeah, it's good. But like I said, I'm as crazy as it sounds. I was very impressed by that resin kit, guys. Very, very, very impressed. I often forget how nice modern Warlord resin is. Yeah. I often forget. However, I do want to balance the before people think I bore wash too much, right? I have to balance things out a little bit. I had a little wobble. So I bought one of the metal American howitzers and tried to build it over the weekend, and I got so frustrated with it that I thought I'd built it, and then I realized I'd built it like it was so the wheels, like, let me show you the one I was building. it was basically, it was the winter version of this one. Right. So it was the winter version of this one, and after I'd finished building it, like this bit down here was way off the ground, and the wheels were like, so the wheels were on the ground, and then there was like a good half an inch gap, like here. It just looked ridiculous, and I couldn't get these bloody things on the right way. Like they would, like this one, you see where like these wooden, these like bars are here. This one would fit if it was on the inside, but not if it was on so basically it was on this side, but it wouldn't fit on this side. And I kept having to use like milliput to try and like make things fit and make it work and everything. So yeah, long story short, I chucked a wobbler and I threw all the bits in a box, and now they're all super glued together because the super glue was still wet. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for the plastic one to come out. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I only bought the one. I bought the one. I was gonna get 2 or 3 of them. I bought the one. It was 10% off, so it wasn't so bad. And I just literally, after an hour plus of building this thing, I just went, fuck this, and just chucked. Literally, it like all the legs fell into, like all of the wheels fell into each other, like the bits that was like bent in and everything. Like it was just, like I said, it was like it was in completely the wrong position. The instructions were a bag of shit, so I completely threw it away. And I was like, I'm not buying another one. I don't care how much I love the look of it. I don't care. I'm just gonna wait for the plastic one to come out. So when I tell you that this is 60 quid, but it's worth it even though it's in resin, let me tell you, I don't say about all resin / metal warlord kits, okay? I never lied to you guys, because the worst thing in the world for me is for me to say something's a good kit, someone goes out and buys it and it's bad. I've ruined my reputation on that. It's that simple, right? So yeah. So let me tell you, when I say this, it might be expensive, but I actually love the look of this. I mean it. Yeah, there you go. Frog, have you tried checking Rubicon modding, or are there no because bullshit? No, I've got no exclusivity with Warlord in any way, shape, or form. I generally like Warlord kits, right? It's just I've never bought Rubicon. To be honest, I'll be honest with you. By the time I found out about Rubicon, I had all the tanks that I wanted anyway. Yeah. And by the time I found out about, what was it, Victrix doing plastic Germans, I already had 200 plastic Germans. So, yeah. So, yeah, no, I'm not anti-Victrix or anti-Rubicon. I've just never needed their stuff because I was already deep in the hole by the time I discovered them. But I've heard only good things. I've heard only good things about them. So yeah, there you go. What I'd probably do is wait to see the Warlord plastic one come out, and then maybe get one of the Rubicon ones, and have a little comparison of them. But yeah, I'll keep an eye. If they've got plastic, I'll tell you, I'll keep an eye on them for sure. The funny thing is, the best bit about bolt action and World War II stuff, from a wargaming hobbying perspective, is that there is competition. So like, you know, competition is very. I think one of the reasons why GW has been getting a bit squiffy, and they're not bad. I'm not saying they're tragic or anything, but I think the reason why they lay the models out the way they do on the sprue, rather than putting the effort into actually laying them out nicely. I think the reason why GW engages in so many scummy business practices, like, you know, FOMO and stuff and others, is because they don't really have any competition. They don't have any real competition in their space, or they don't perceive themselves to have any competition. There's a little bit of a difference there. So I think in a funny sort of way, I have no issue talking about other World War II model makers because competition is very important. And I think competition is what has helped drive Warlord games forward to try, make their models as good as they can do. There's a reason why we don't have just the old plastic Soviets anymore with all the weird, the weapons you have to try and line up into the hands and stuff. Because other companies were starting to make better plastic World War II infantry, so Warlord had to step it up. Do you know what I mean? It's that simple, right? Like, there's a reason why Warlord has to offer you such a good deal on like a starter army. Because they have competition, they have to be able to make you want to buy their stuff, and so not someone else's. So yeah, I have no issue with talking. I am on Team Warlord. That's where my heart is right now. But don't get it twisted. Like I'm in it for the hobbyists, first and foremost, including myself. Like I consider myself a hobbyist, right? So yeah, I think competition is a good thing. I want GW to have more competition. I won't lie to you guys. One of the big reasons why I want games like StarCraft to do really well, one of the reasons why I want games like K47 to do really well is not only because not only, and a huge part of this is because they deserve to do well, right? They deserve to do well because they're clearly putting the effort in. They're clearly giving a shit, right? But one of the other reasons is I want these games to do well because GW needs some competition. They need competition so that they can start. Because competition will do wonders for us as wargamers. So there you go. All right, now let me quickly go and wash my hands because I've just been touching a resin model, and then when I get back, we can. Do more super chats and catch up a bit more. All right, so I'll only be a couple of minutes, if that, to be honest. All right, let's have a look here. Okay, so Klovek, that was any new stuff I could talk about? Well, the mullet's pretty new. David D. Davidson, thank you for the big super chat, baby. Yes, thank you so much, man. Weekend progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. All right, hobby progress this weekend. Just need to determine the speed paints / paints to use. Let's have a look, man. Hey, I love it. We've got some classic Wargaming hills and trees. And then we've got the Turn Rotter. Yes, the Turn Rotter Star Army. Absolutely love it, mate. That is awesome. I've got that exact same army also built. Not primed yet, but I'll be doing some priming this weekend. Nice, that's awesome. Got an American army here. So I see we've got some power armored guys, some super bazookas, mortars, machine guns, and a decent quantity of infantry in general with some regulars, power, and I think I see a few fireflies in the back there. Very good, very good. And then we have the Axis with lots of Stahltruppen and Volksgrenadiers. Yes, yes, I love it, man. Nice. So you got it all built last week, and you got it all primed over the weekend. Excellent stuff, man. Excellent stuff. All right. Coordinate Games, thank you for the super chat. How's training, by the way? I had a shoulder injury. Coordinate gains. I haven't been able to do training. I think I've got a hernia. Now I don't think it's like fully popped out and it's like wrecking me. But I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow to have a look at it. So I haven't been able to lift anything for a few weeks. So, but hopefully I can get it sorted out quickly. It's in my belly button, so I think hopefully they'll just like slice me open, tuck it in, bit of gauze, job done kind of thing. Not gauze, mesh to basically stop it from popping out again. So yeah, I'll hopefully be able to get that sorted soon, and then I can be back to training because I do want to get in shape. But what I've been doing is I've been eating generally a lot better. So yeah, I've been eating and drinking a lot better. I've been having a lot. Ironically, I'm having a glass of Iron Brew now, but ironically, I've been basically I've probably cut my fizzy pop / soda consumption down. I'd say down by 60%. Really, really, really cut it down. Like I used to basically just like drink it like non-stop, and then I cut it down like a little bit, and then a little bit, and now I've just been like, I've got it really. I'm basically sort of down to, I drink a lot anyway. I'm jealous of that's always like I always like to have a bit of a drink going, not like alcoholic drink. I mean like water and stuff. So yeah. So if I get my what was it like 4 liters a day. I get my 4 liters a day kind of thing, and I'm down to I'd say just a couple of I'm down to like one glass of fizzy a day now, which is pretty good. So I'm doing I haven't been able to train, but I've been working pretty furiously on the diet side of things. So yeah, it's going well. So it's going all right on my end, although like I said, got a what looks to be like a bit of a hernia. But yeah, I hope it's going all right on your end. Shoulder injury, that's always a nightmare. My brother's got one of those, and it really, like, he has to be really careful with what he trains and stuff now. So yeah, I hope it's not been too bad. Yeah, I hope it's not been too bad, mate. Russ W, just push it back, it makes you fine. So I did squash it in a bit, but it made me feel uncomfortable. So I'm going to the doctors now. Because I got it when I was in America, and I'll be honest with you guys, I did think that there was a chance it was just I was fat. Because, I gained 3 kilos in 2 weeks. And a lot of the American food didn't agree with me. I found and I was worried that I've come back to the UK and I was literally anything I was eating in America, I was ballooning with like bloat. I was bloating up. And I've got back to the UK and everything I eat doesn't make me bloat. It's great. Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping that basically if I can just so I thought maybe it was just me being fat because I've gone to America, I was ballooning up constantly. Okay, I knew I was getting a lot of weight and everything. So I wondered if basically I just turned my belly button from an innie into an outie. But I think it is a hernia because it does feel a bit funny when I pick things up and stuff. So yeah, there we go. Virtual vet, Alan Glory. I've been waiting nearly a year for the NHS to confirm mine. Lol. Here's the thing: if it starts taking if the NHS is like, because the NHS is on its ass, and has been for a little while. Like it's taken me a week just to get an appointment. So for me, it's going to be one of those things where, like, if the NHS is taking, if the doc says, "Oh, it's going to be a long time before you get seen to about this," I might just bite the bullet and go private because I just don't want it. Because I don't want it to get any worse, and it could just get a lot worse, right? I don't want to be not able to like work out and do exercise and lift and do stuff around the house and everything. So yeah, I want to. If I might have to go private, even if it costs me a bit. It costs me quite a bit. I'd rather get it sorted out. Yeah, I'll probably just have to pay it off bit by bit. But yeah, there you go. So we'll see. But yeah, I want to get the doctor to basically poke at it tomorrow, and then hopefully he'll look at it and go, "Yep, that's pretty much a hernia," and then I can go, "Awesome, right? Let me go and get that. Let me go and get that sorted out." Yeah. Yeah, I'm considering the same. You get used to it, but it is annoying. Yeah, it's just annoying just not being able to do what needs to be done. So yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Clovek, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Blako. Blako, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 46 months. X-Force, baby. Nearly quadruple X-Force, Blako. My God. Dude, great to have you in the stream, by the way. It's been too long, sir. It's been too long. All right, what have we got here? Blako, thank you for the 46 months. Watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nice show, to be honest. Are you talking about the cartoon one, or are they doing a live action one? Because it's the animated series. Is there a live action one? Oh shit, have they live actioned the fuck out of it? Okay. Cool, I didn't even know. I really liked the cartoon, like everybody did, right? But I've not watched the live action one. Yeah. So, is it on Netflix? It's on Netflix. Oh, cool. Apparently, it's got to. It's got a second season coming up at some point. Cool. All right. Well, I've not seen it, Blako, but it's. But thank you for putting it on my radar, man. I will definitely be checking it out. Jeddah, thank you for the super chat, man. Did my first tournament on Saturday. Please see more on stream discussion. Thank you for the inspiration. For confidence to get off my ass and go to one. Hey, dude, it's my pleasure, man. Tournaments are always a ton of fun. A lot of people are like, tournament, this tournament. Some people like to demonize competitive play. I don't. I love a good tournament. I just like a tournament that allows me to sort of come up with the fun themed lists and not necessarily just be hyper competitive all the time. Yeah. I did my first tournament on Saturday. I've only been in the hobby for a year. It was 1K each. I had to bring it just for the vibes. Had to say, regardless of politics, of GW marketing and management, the community are what make it. I absolutely agree. Yeah. Everything with my opponents and my teammate, guard player, were an absolute delight. Wonderful humans. I can't wait to my next one in August. Yeah, the 40K community, even if some of them can be quite sweaty and really focus on the competitive side of things, is genuinely very, very nice when it comes to a competitive standpoint. Yeah, I have to say, I'm always, I really do not agree with the demonization of the competitive side of the community by some in the casual side. I think it's often done from people people taking what they've read online and bringing it into the real world. And it just, in my opinion, if you're someone that's going on about competitive players being dickheads, I tend to suspect that if every competitive player you've ever met is a dickhead, that maybe they're not the dickhead. Yeah. I'm not saying that none of them were dickheads, but I'm saying there's probably one common denominator, and it's staring you in the mirror. Not you specifically, Jed. I'm talking hypothetically. Do you know what I mean? But no, I absolutely agree with you, Jeddah. Like, I do love the competitive folks in the Warhammer community. They are genuinely for the most part very, very nice. Absolutely love that you brought a fucking stomper, mate. Absolutely love that you brought a stomper, 10 orcs and a warboss, 10 grots and a runt herd, I should say. Absolutely awesome, bro. Amazing. Amazing. I love it. Well, I'm glad you had fun, dude, and I look forward to hearing how your next one goes. All right, what have we got here? What have we got here? James Homer, thank you for super chat. Hi, Mordian. Message in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So it begins. My start into K47. Yes! I love it, bro. I love it. Also, I even got a freebie. Also, sorry about dropping my salty dooming in last Friday stream. I just come back from another games night against a UK top 10 Chaos Knights player, but all good now. I got new plastic crack to cheer me up. Furthermore, the amount of inventory I got in the box is amazing compared to what I'm used to. Dude. You weren't dooming. We're all human. It's okay to get pissed off and fucked off about things. Okay? And look, I know you were getting a bit fucked off with 40k last Friday. And bro, like, dude, I get fucked off with 40k all the time. And there's a lot of reasons to be a bit hacked off with the game at the moment and the direction it's going in and everything. But it's good that, it's not about it's about picking yourself up, as with everything in life. There's no point in wallowing in the sadness. There's no point in marinating in the salt. There's no point in becoming beef. It's all right to get a bit of beef out your system, but you don't want to become the beef. And so, dude, it's about remembering that wargaming is meant to be fun. And it's about remembering that wargaming is a hobby that you're meant to enjoy. And if there's certain things that are just hacking you off, it's okay to like take a step back from that for a moment, do something else, and then come back to it. It's as I say in a video game. So that's what I would say. In a video game, you can sometimes find yourself trying to do a level over and over and over and over again, and you keep failing, and then you go away, you go to sleep, you come back to it. Like maybe it's the next day you come back to it, and suddenly you just breeze through it in one go. You're like, why was that I getting hung up on that? And I think that applies to wargaming as well. If you're just like in the black hole of despair with like 40k, and that can sound a bit like dramatic, but I think some of us, I've been there with some of us, we've all been there at some point. And if you've not been there yet, it will happen to you at some point, right? Something will get mega nerfed in your army, something will get legends. You'll just get absolutely butt fucked in 1 game or 2 games or 3 games or 10 games, right? It's all right to step back from 40k and come back to it later. Like that's, if anything, I think that's the healthy relationship you should have with Warhammer. I think it's unhealthy if you don't if it's the only thing you play and you don't explore anything else, even if that other thing you explore could be video games, for fuck's sake, right? So yeah, but let's have a look at what you've done. Yes, I'm fucked up with 40k, but I'm over it now. I got some medicine. Yeah, baby. What was it? What's that like? Slightly. What's that saying? The only way, I'm gonna paraphrase it. That's it. The only way to get over one game is to get under another. There we go, man. Hey, you got some Macedons. Nice. Warlord Games has sent me so many of these. Like, I'm actually building up a little stockpile of like Macedons and Greeks and all that kind of stuff. And mostly Romans and Italians. I've just got a big build-up of them, and then I'm just going to give them to Chansey. I've got like 3 free sprues for him. See, Chansey always likes the Roman the Hail Caesar Roman sprues I get because he uses the shields and stuff. Yeah, nice. Hey, you got yourself the little resin. So that's the Centaur, isn't it? Yeah, with the light howitzer. It's a good vehicle, man. Yeah, solid. Yeah, it's not all resin and metal for those that are wondering. Just the support teams, and the HQ, and then a metal, and the vehicle's resin, and then the rest of it, all the infantry, 36 plastic infantry. There you go. Yeah, it is. It is nice. Just I have to say, it is really nice when you open up like a Warlord game starter army, and there's just so much stuff in there, and you're like, wow, this is a lot for 104 quid. Yeah. So there you go. Not a fan of the metal side, not used to super glue. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. And dude, I don't know if you saw earlier in the stream, but I showed where I completely crashed out over trying to build a metal howitzer. So no, it's all coming to plastic. Okay, it's Warlord Games it might be, don't worry, you've not wasted your money. It might not be a couple of years before some of the American stuff, some of the more niche bits come to plastic, but it's pretty much all coming to plastic, as bit by bit over the next several years for Bolt Action and Warlord, Bolt Action and K-47 and stuff like that. You know, like, and it's understandable, right? You know, I tell you what I'd say, mate. The worst bits of metal you've already done. That's as bad as it gets. Metal mortars are a bit infamous, and metal machine gun teams tend to be a bit infamous. But in every case, it's the gun which is kind of the problem. The crew themselves are a piece of piss because they're one-piece metal things. So metal infantry are fine. Don't be put off by metal infantry. Metal weapon teams are a little bit more of a pisser. So the reason I mention that is, like, if you are like expanding your army and you're like, oh, let's say, you know, for K-47, for example, you're like, oh, this metal infantry, this infantry squad comes in metal. I don't know if I like that. It'll be fine. It's just the bullshit like weapons that you have to do as part of the weapon teams. Likewise, if you see some of the when I say weapon teams, I mean like heavy weapon teams and artillery and stuff like that. When you see the like metal guys like Piats and bazookas and Panzerschrecks and stuff, they're all absolutely fine. I built because again they're just one-piece models, just straight on. So yeah, it's the stand for the weapon teams, 100%. So you with those two weapon teams that you've done, that's as bad as it gets. It doesn't get any worse than that. Okay, that is pretty much as bad as it gets. So if you've tackled those, you don't need to worry about the rest of it. Yeah, metal mortars the absolute worst. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they are. So all coming in plastic, guys. So at least, James Homer, you can console yourself with the fact that, yes, it was a bit of a pisser, but you probably don't need to worry about doing it again. Yeah. Godlike Per, I just got here. What's as bad as it gets? Metal weapon teams for Bolt Action. I think the metal artillery pieces are worse, but imagine I lump them all together, Patrick. Yeah, metal artillery, metal. Yeah. Like it's a bit of a rite of passage. The good news is it's unlike in 40k where it's like, how many of these weapon teams do we need? 9 of them to make a full mortar pit. Oh my god, give me the gun, I'll do it myself. In Bolt Action, it's like, how many of these medium mortars do we need? 1? Maybe 2. And you're like, okay, I can do 2. I can do 2. So yeah, you don't really have to struggle through it more than once or twice. Yeah.
You heard me? I said creep.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you are. But just be thankful you don't have to build a metal pen engine. I bought another one. Why do I do shit like this? I have no idea why you bought that second metal pen engine, Godlike, but I think you might have had a wobble. Yeah. How many do you need? At least 5. Okay, Mad Larkin, metal. I tell you one thing I'll say. The metal and Warlord resin HMGs, I actually had no issue with any of those kits. I was very surprised. Maybe it's just that the American kits are better. Who knows? But I built 3 of the American HMGs in metal, some Warlord resin. Literally, piece of piss, 0 problems in every single one. I was very, very surprised. Yeah. I was very surprised. Medium, but yeah, it's stressing me out, to be honest. They suck. I would recommend maybe some, if you're struggling, a little bit of milliput. Yeah, a little bit of milliput or green stuff. Just a tiny little bit. And just so that basically it holds it in place while you super glue it. Yeah. I built the winter Falchion Mega weapon teams and pack 40 from the starter army. Didn't have a problem. That's true. I had similar experience. Yeah. Yeah. Building a British 6-pounder metal kit drove me crazy, so I get it. Yes, the 6-pounder I found to be a little bit of a pisser as well. Yeah, but it's one of those where it's all coming to plastic bit by, well, not all of it, but I think the aim of Warlord games is, I think the reality is not everything will be able to be metal and not everything will be able to be plastic because some things are so niche, right? But I think the big one is if they're going to make a starter set, 95% of it should be in plastic. And I think the 3 best examples we've got of that are the Praetorians of the Reich, the Cross of Iron, and the Totem Rotter Starter armies. All of those are 95% plastic, and it makes such a difference. Or 100% plastic, I think, in some of them, yeah. Say something about War Machine's return. It's slowly gathering steam. It is. I will say something about it. I'm keeping my eye on it. There you are. All right, what do we got next? Kilak Nelak, thank you, Super Chat, man. Grey Knights look like I get to pull them off the shelf. Immaterial interdiction with banishers make 5-man interceptors look useful. Yeah, okay, so I haven't looked at anything specific with Grey Knights, but I will tell you this. I have seen a lot of Grey Knight players rubbing their hands together with evil glee over the updates that have come out around 11th edition generally, and then specifically with their army. So I think we're going to all need to be ready for that Grey Knight goodness. We're going to be ready for it. I'm very curious. Okay, so for me, I think I agree with the general assessment of the online Warhammer community, which is Purge the Foe looks like it could be the best detachment. Well, the best disposition. So, if that is the best one, how can Grey Knights play into it? Or will Grey Knights be one of the exceptions that prove the rule, and they might play into a different disposition? I think the big thing we need to see at this point, is which detachments link to which dispositions. Because there's no point in saying, oh, this is the best detachment if it links to, like, Recon, which is an utterly dog shit disposition for most armies. So yeah, I'm very there's a reason why I'm doing a bit more tactical content this week, but there's a reason why I really am waiting until we know which dispositions go to which detachments, because when we know that, that's when the guard tactics content can start flowing in a big way. Unit reviews, everything. There's just a few pieces for all of you that are like, Mordu, when are you going to do the tactics content again? When you do tactical, why are you such a beef tube? Why are you such a slop tube? But guys, we're waiting. It's coming back. I promised you 11th edition would see a huge resurgence of tactical content. I've already been dropping things in, like talking about MSU versus Death Stars, talking about metas and stuff like that. I've already started bringing it back. But we need to see the final piece of the puzzle. Final 2 pieces. Points and disposition links to detachment. Once we've got that, it's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. Yeah. Okay. What do we got next? The Rat Bastard. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Posted in the stream discussion, matey. Up the mood. I saw this, man. Let's have a look. The first and formal Mootland State Army. Yes! Bertram Crumblebelly on Bloodcomb. General of the Empire on Imperial Griffin. Tobold Crumblebelly, Captain of the Empire. Great Weapon, Full Plate Armor, Shield on foot. Nice and cheap. Cornelius Crumblebelly, Captain of the Empire, BSB. Grand Alf, Wizard Lord, level 3. Basil Three Fingers, Empire Engineer. Barnaby Sprocket, Empire Engineer. I love it. Core units. 27, the Croft Guard, Veteran State Troops. 10, Field Wardens, Empire Archers. 6, the Knights of the Last Orders. Are they in a circle knight? No, they're just regular knights. Okay. Special units. Catering, mortar. A warm meal, mortar. Dinner bell, great cannon. Old rooster, great cannon. Rare units, the keg, steam tank. Picks the army roster. The army, the Rooster Griffin I finished playing just in time. Also got myself some nice custom dice for the army. Let's have a look. Wait, did you win? Wait, did you win an event? Did the Moot win an event? 635? My God. The Moot won an event! That's incredible, man. Yes! Holy shit, bro. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. The fucking halflings won. Nice. They don't take up a lot of room in the case, do they? You can really pack those shelves in when all the models are half height. Amazing. I love that, bro. Absolute peak Tuft game. Peak painting game, don't get me wrong. But peak Tuft game. Yeah. I love it. Hey! We got the roosters on the dice. Amazing, man. All of the Cult of Saint Chicken guys are going to be very happy with that, man. Holy shit. There you are. I'm always surprised he did more than one show. Dude, that's amazing, man. Was that down at Just Play, was it? Was that down at Just Play, or was it somewhere else? Or was it Element? Or was it somewhere completely different? Just Play, yeah. Nice. I need to get back on the Just Play events. I kind of just fell out of the routine of doing them, and then just not been able to get back into the routine. I should try running some K47 events at Just Play. That might be kind of cool. Yeah. All right. But, dude, I love it, man. And very, 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 very well done on the victory. And very well done on the absolutely awesomely painted army. What have we got next? Hamish Doobie, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordy, look for some advice if you can help. Listen stuff is in discussion. Still a bit of a noob at guard. Thanks, pal. Let's have a look. Let me find see if I can find it. Oh, here you go. So I have a game against Terminator, Heavy White, Scars. Let's make sure this is... I think it's this one. So I have a game against Terminator, Heavy White, Scars playing as guard as part of the Family Worlds campaign. We are playing a base take and hold game where Defender and I get to deploy units on objectives for free, but they get Scout 6 on up to 4 units. They have at least 10 melee and 10 shooting Terminator, 2 land raiders, jump assaults as Terminator, Captain, and Librarian. I'm thinking to take the following list, but I'm not sure if the Canadian Recon squads are worth it. What's the play with them, and what can I do to increase the utility of the heavy weapon teams? I have plenty of tanks to sub in, but generally not sure what the best way to deal with the speed of the Terminator. They're toughness while keeping a higher C army to win points. I thought the Recon squads for infiltrate to zone out, but his added scout I block them from getting too far on the board and then can fall them back and shoot with units on the back line. Any help and advice needed. So you've got 2K and Grizzled Company, Canadian Command Squad, Krieg with... You've got Canadian Command Squad, Castellan and 20 Cadians, Krieg Command Squad, Ogre Bodyguard and 20 Krieg, and Krieg Command Squad and 20 Krieg. Lemur's Tank Commander, 2 times 20 Cadians, 2 times 20 Krieg, 2 times 10 Recon Squad, 2 times 10 Kazakin, and 2 times 3 Krieg Hero teams with Stubbers or Flamers. Well, you definitely want more tanks in Grizzled Company. Yeah. You definitely want more tanks. You just don't. The thing is, a lot of your infantry is going to do. Your infantry is going to do fucking nothing to a lot of those Terminators. Now, interestingly, if you were in combined arms, I probably wouldn't tell you to switch, because your opponent's only got a couple of Land Raiders, and all of your infantry would get lethal hits against his infantry. But you're not. You're in Grizzled. So yeah. So I think the main thing is, so my advice would be that you do what damage you can to the big scary Terminator death blocks. Okay. As and when they present themselves, but don't get totally tunnel visioned onto them. It's important to remember that it's important to remember that he doesn't want 10 Terminators to have to do an action. So you want to be going after, you want to do what damage you can to the Terminators and co when they present themselves. But the big one is to go after his shit munchers. Whatever scouts, 5-man intercessors, little bastard squads. Pick those up when you can. And what you'll find is suddenly your opponent is, down to really sort of 4 or 5 effective units. And, an objective comes up that's like deploy teleporter homer or some sort of like sabotage or something. And they're just like, well, I don't want to fucking do this. I need to be doing damage. Okay, great, fine. But then you're not scoring any points. Well, your opponent's not scoring any points, right? So that's probably what I would say is, from a tactical point of view, that's probably the play. Assuming you're still using normal primary and secondaries. Second thing that I think you need to do is you just need a lot more firepower. Like you got plenty of infantry, but you just need a lot more firepower. You've got really nothing in your army that can reliably deal with the Land Raiders, and I've often found the best way of dealing with Terminators is just to make them take as many 4 invulnerable saves. There's no secondaries in the mission. It's specific to the 500 Worlds campaign. Oh. So what? How does he deploy? Do you both have like a table side, or do you have to be in the middle? If you have to be in the middle, my advice to you is don't worry about the mission. It's a bag of shit. You just wait till 11th. No secondaries is weird. And to be honest, no secondaries basically. So your opponent has kind of taken advantage of the mission. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Your opponent has worked. Okay. So your opponent has basically worked out there's absolutely no reason for him to have any action monkeys or anything in his list, because he doesn't get any points for doing that. So he's gone pure power. And honestly, I recommend you do the same. The best way to win this game is to just try and blow your opponent off the table and then hold the objectives as and when you can. At the end, basically. Just try and, I don't know what the terrain's going to be like or anything like that. I don't know if it's going to be more open or whatnot. But yeah, my general feeling here is just take a lot of damage out. I mean, take a couple of squads of Bulgrins, a couple of squads of Kazakin, a couple of squads of basic infantry, fill the rest up with tanks with orders, and just blast the fuck out of him. That's it. So the Bulgrins will be able to take a charge, especially when Terminators, because Terminators have got a lot of damage to weapons, and Bulgrins reduce it by 1, so that's very nice. So yeah, just a couple of squads of Bulgrins with with a Commissar to order them in Grizzled. A couple of squads of Kazakin. A couple of 10-man squads. That's going to come to 450, 670, 800 points. And then I'd say 1,200 points of pure unrelenting damage dealers. And yeah, just blast him back to the warp, mate. Every save he fails, dead Terminator. Especially on the shooting ones. And those shooting Terminators will do the square root of fuck all against Vulgans. Because all their power fists go down to damage 1. And all the Storm Bolters will just do fuck all. Yeah. The melee ones might do a bit more, but Thunderhammers are still only damage 2, right? So yeah, a couple of squads of Bulgwins would be good. Yeah. That'd be my advice. A couple of squads of Bulgwins, a couple of squads of Kazakin, a couple of squads of infantry, and then just a fucking ton of firepower. Just firepower. I'm thinking you're in Grizzled Company, right? So I mean, I'd put like two Lima Russ tank commanders in the list, and 3 Lima Russ executioners. All plasma all the way. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Or, you know, Rogel Dawns with, you know, multi-melters and a 4 vulnerable save from a tech priest. Yeah. So yeah, that's, I mean, a couple of Rogel Dawn commanders and 3. I mean, let me work this list out now. I'm working the list out to a T. Let's have a look. 200, 200, 10, 110, 130. That's only 7. Oh, then the Commissar, right? Is it 170 for an executioner? One minute. So it's 800, and then you've got. All right, here's a list that'll make your opponent cry. Two Rogel Dawn tank commanders, all the Melter. 3 Lima Russ executioners. 2 max squads of Bulgrin with a Commissar, with abhuman detail. 2 10-man squads of whatever infantry you want. Let's say Cadians for sticky. 3 squads of Kazakin. Melter and Plasma all the way. Ordering themselves. That's 2,000 points on the nose. Only other way you could mix it up, if you wanted to, is drop the 2 Rogel Dawn commanders, take 2 Lehman Russ tank commanders, and that would give you enough points for a Vanquisher. and you still have 75 points left over after that. But that would get you, so you've got plenty of points. Yeah. So that way you could get basically a sixth tank involved. I think, what if you didn't take the... You can't quite get a rogue or just a basic dawn in there. But that way you could use all your tank orders up. Yeah. That would be the list I would recommend. And then basically let him come and then just blast. Let him move on to those middle objectives and then just blast the fuck out of him. Keep on blasting. Yeah, and by the way, that list would work almost identically in Combined Arms. In fact, that list would work absolutely identically in Combined Arms. You just need to drop the Commissar, because you don't really need him to order the Bulgarian around anymore, and put Grand Strategist in the list to make sure you can order the various tanks around. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, there you go. That would be, Hamish, that would be my advice. It's a very different game if there's no secondaries. So basically just comes down to, when there's no secondaries, it just comes down to killing people as quickly as you can. Okay, it's Hobbyist. Thank you for super chat, man. First time in a long time. Love your work, bud. Hey, dude. Thank you for support, man. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the super chat. Wolf, thank you for the 9 months. 07 for K47. 007 for K47. Amazing game. Joshua Hammer, thank you for super chat. Hey, Morty, just shared pictures from my massive 6,000 point D-Day game that we held for the anniversary pictures in the stream discussion. Let's have a look. I love a good D-Day game. Nice. Hey, want to share my D-Day game we had Gajo Games in Utah. Using my D-Day board, the Americans and Brits hit the beach but took heavy losses against the German defences. They cleared the defences on turn 10 but lost 600 men and a vehicle by the end of the battle. Wow, that looks pretty. That looks like that sounds pretty hefty. Wow, look at that. 30 seconds. God be with you. Clear those murder holes. Oh, so cool. So cool, man. Over the side. Over the side. Nice. Absolutely storming up the beach, man. Absolutely storming. I love to see it. I love to see it, man. So, look at that picture, man. Look at that picture. That's epic. Cool. All the armor's floundering in the water. These ones aren't floundering. They're actually going to make it up. Yeah, the DD tanks did not make it. Bangalores! Bring up some Bangalores! Gather weapons and ammo! I love it. That's so cool. Oh, wait, there's more pictures, guys. We're not done yet. There's more pictures. Hey, look at that, man. They're pouring forth. Pouring, I say. Oh, shit. Literally, the next picture, it's dead. Oh, no. Oh, God. So cool, man. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. So good. I love the pictures from the perspective of the boats going up the water. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That looks so good, man. I have to say, one of my favorite bits about my action is how easily the game lends itself to epic battles like that. Very cool. Very, very cool indeed. Love that, Josh. Chansey, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Good evening, comrades. Small update on my allegation intensification project in stream discussion. Hope you remembered to email Warlord. I didn't. I'll email them right now, man. Let's have a look. The allegations aren't going away. Work continues on the Luftwaffe project. I've completed approximately 60% of the infantry, and I've also completed a Hetzer, which I'm thinking of calling Heinrich, which would really, Hammock, which would really get it feeling a bit cold around here. Lastly, I still have the last screenshot to do. It's almost like I'm preparing to have an army ready if called to arms for market event in garden. Yes, I saw you join the group. I seen it, man. Nice. Very good effort on the Luftwaffe Field Division, bro. Love that. Excellent work. Nice. Hetz is gonna Hetz, bro. Hetz is gonna Hetz. To still assemble and paint. 2 lieutenants, 20 riflemen, 3 MG loaders, 1 flak, 1 half track, Fallschirmjäger, 1 lieutenant, 4 riflemen, support, 2 stews, 2 field guards, and 4 opals. Fuck off. So jealous. Right. They put me on the American team. So I feel like I've been bamboozled. Okay? I feel like I'm being bamboozled, right? Because I am the tank guy at these bolt action events, right? I'm the tank guy. I turn up with as many tanks as possible, and I use overwhelming armor superiority to basically affect the local meta. And I'm just saying that they've put me as the fucking airborne. And it's like, 82nd Airborne, yeah? I don't think I can get any tanks as airborne. Maybe I can. If I can, I can. But I'm pretty certain airborne means no tanks. So I'm now looking around at my, and I won't deny it, extensive American infantry force. And I'm like, okay, boys. How many bazookas do we have? Now, the good news is that I do have currently 5 bazookas with a 6th one possibly in reserve, right? Because I've got my old airborne army in metal, which I painted very nicely, but only got halfway through the project before giving up, and I probably will never paint them up in, never finish the army. So I'm thinking I might as well just spray it and bring it over to my speed painted Americans. But yeah, I'm thinking with my, I'm thinking my airborne. I don't really have a lot of airborne infantry. A lot of my infantry are actually just regular army guys, but it doesn't really matter. You know, it's fine. Like, I can do it. But yeah, I'm probably looking at 2,400 points of pure infantry Americans, and I'm like, I've got 5 bazookas. I've got 5 bazookas and an AT gun. Is that enough anti-tank? Probably not. Bazooka teams are really easy to kill. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think they've done it. I think they've done it, right? Because I always get to be the tank guy, and I feel like maybe it's time for the Germans to be. It's time for me to be on the receiving end of all the tank stuff. But I need to look. What I need to look into is if the 82nd. What I need to look into is if the 82nd Airborne ever got like 50 cal machine guns. Because I do have 350 cals. I mean, I could always look at it now. Did the 82nd Airborne use 50 cal machine guns in World War II? Yes. The 82nd Airborne Division used 50 caliber machine guns during World War II. Paratroopers did not jump with them as standard man-pulled weapons, but they were heavily utilized by attached reconnaissance units, anti-aircraft artillery batteries, and in divisional vehicles. The 50 cal machine gun saw widespread use in the division across several specific roles: mounted vehicles, anti-aircraft defense, glider, and heavy weapon platoons, while standard party rifle squad relied on 30 cal machine gun, Heavy weapon twos attached. 2 airborne divisions often have 50 cals available for engaging 45 positions and light armored vehicles. Okay. Then I might be alright. Because I do have a lot of 50 cals. So yeah, it's going to be 50 cals, bazookas, and maybe one lowly 57mm anti-tank gun. Yeah. I do have the new plastic American heavy weapon teams as well. So there's another bunch of weapon teams I can include in there. I've got mortars. I got a medium mortar there. Another 50 cal machine gun there, and I think a couple of maybe another 30 cal machine gun. So I've got plenty of machine guns that I could use, but I guess I still need to have a lot. I don't want to just have just weapon teams. I need to have lots of other stuff as well. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm going to print a 50. They are ashamedly missing from the US Army. You need to have 50s, man. You can bring 57mm AT guns. I've only got one, and I'll be damned if I build any more of them. They're fucking annoying. I've got one. I got one. I got one and one pack howitzer. Yeah, we'll see. 2,400 points of pure airborne infantry, which is probably already. So we're doing Market Garden, so it's probably already parachuted in. So there's probably going to be an element of static defense. All right, yeah. Chansey, I have a thing for you, by the way. On Sunday, hopefully I get to go, because I still haven't emailed Warlord. But I have a thing for you. Where is it? I might have lost it. I might have lost my present. I made it. I had a present for you. Typical. Where did I put it? Is it outside? One minute. I know exactly what it looks like. I just don't know why I can't find it. I've put it somewhere. I've put it somewhere, but the question is, where did I put it? It's not dildos, man. I told you that was just a 1 or 10 time thing. It's not there, not there, not there, not there. It's not there, not there. Why does this keep happening? It's not in there. I wouldn't have put it away anywhere weird. Aha! It's definitely not worth the wait, but I have some freebies for you. So I figured this would all be useful to you. So I've been keeping them, right? So I got a sprue of the veteran Centurions. And I know you don't really care about the infantry, but I figured the more Roman shields, they're a bit knackered, but they're meant, I think you might be able to use them to represent like a veteran unit of some kind. So you've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the square shields, and then one of that. Yeah. So I've got you one of those. And then there's another bunch of shields, because you always need the shields for your K-47 Italians, right? So yeah, there you go. I figured, you know what? I know it might sound kind of crazy, but I figured you could, if you did some kit bashing here, I really do think you'll be able to make these into like more of the K-47 Centurions. I mean, if you think about it, you just changed the weapon from a sword to SMG, because they're a lot of them, they've got the shields, they're poking the swords around. We'll change that to an assault weapon or something that you have spare from like whatever, from your plastic sprues and stuff, and it's like, oh look, that's a Centurion. But you know, I don't know if you want to do that. But yeah, I figured you'd use all the shields is the main thing, right? You could throw the rest away and use the shields. The one that I thought was actually properly useful is I got a sprue of Bersaglieri, and I know that you have an Italian Bersaglieri army now. I'm pretty certain it's Bersaglieri anyway. So I figured those would be most helpful. So really, those are just for the shields. Those are really just for the shields. But I figured that's actually quite helpful to you. So yeah, there you go. I almost turned them into more Hungarians, because I used the bodies for the Hungarians, and then I just head swapped them. But the truth is, I really don't need any more Hungarian infantry. I've got, well, okay. I don't know exactly how many I've got, which is already a good sign. But they all went in this paper bag so nicely before. Where are your freebies, Daka? These are the freebies that I got from Warlord Games for buying shit from Warlord Games. I didn't send them to me for free. You want fucking freebies? Buy yourself some freebies like everyone else. But yeah, I don't know exactly how many Hungarians I have, Chansey, but it's that many. There's like, I don't think anybody really needs 50 or 60 Hungarian infantry, but here we are. All right. I've got enough for 4 10-man. I can work it out. I'm being a bit thick. I've got enough for 4 10-man squads. So that's 40. And then 2 6-man engineer squads. That's 52. And then 3 officers and a spare guy. So that's 56. And then a sniper team, a Panzerschreck team, and a tank team. So that's 62. So 62 infantry. There you go. I think 40 plus 12, 52. Yeah, 62. Yeah, so I've got 62 infantry for my Hungarians. And then after that, it's just a lot of tanks. Because, you know, you guys know me. I love me tanks. There you go. I don't think anyone needs 40 Luftwaffe Field Division. I love it. Flounder Eccentric, thank you for Super Chat, man. Hobby update and D-Day event in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Nice. Painted some Brits last few days, and there's a D-Day event at our local military museum. Dude, I love it. I love the threatening red glow coming from the robots. That's so cool, man. Nice. Very nice indeed. Hey, I love that color scheme, bro. The tan and the red looks so nice. Yes. I like the goggles you did on that guy, man. That's awesome. You got some of the new Power Armored guys. Some of the oldies yet goldies. Hey, there you go. Nice. Get on that 50. Cool. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool indeed, man. That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. Florida Eccentric, amazing update, man. Love to see that shit. We've got Butt Mountain. Thank you for the super chat, man. Running out of Brits to paint. Need robots in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Pot belly, duck feet, no knees. Best walker in the game so far, in my opinion. Hey, the Merlin is love, bro. Merlin is love. Merlin is life. It's a great walker, and it's a beast on the tabletop. I have found, unless you're bringing like the best anti-tank in the game, unless you bring a rail cannon, you're going to struggle to stop the Merlin. The best thing to do is to try and hope that you just survive its activations. Yeah. Love the paint job, mate. And yeah, I absolutely love the Merlin. I am itching to get my full robot army going, and a big part of that is going to be having a Merlin in there. Yeah. Merlin plus robots. That's the way to do it. What do we got next? We've got it's a Butt Mountain. If we're running out of Brits to paint, you know what that means. Need to get more Brits. There you are. Bob's your uncle. Thank you for the super chat. Played my first tabletop games ever last Friday at Daikon K47 tournament. I'm hooked. Thanks to you and your community for the enthusiasm. Hey! Wait, so you played your first tabletop games ever last Friday in a tournament? So did you go from never playing a game to playing in a fucking tournament? Holy shit, man. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. That's amazing. Holy fuck. Bob's your uncle, thank you so much for the support. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the game, man. And that's absolutely awesome, man. Holy fuck. That's great. John Shepard, thank you for super chat. Picture in stream discussion of my big mech. Let's have a look. Oh, this is an absolute beast, this thing. Wow, I didn't realize how big them Warlord Epic Starter Army boxes were. The Romans and the Carthaginians landed on Saturday. I do like the minis. Yeah, John, you're never going to finish it. You just accept the fact that you'll paint it a bit at a time, but never ever finish it in your lifetime. And then they'll bury you with the rest of the unpainted miniatures like a pharaoh in your tomb. So you can take it with you to the Field of Reeds. Except for it's not the Field of Reeds, it's to the hobby desk of Reeds. Got more done to my mech. Black bits to do next. The weapons, the hands and belts. Then going to wash it. Nice. It's coming along, man. I do love these the sort of cool red urban digital camo style. Yeah, man. That's good shit. You get but you're all right. You get so much in the epic armies. Glenn Lee, I do apologize that it's taken me so long to get to your super chat. Everyone in chat, please lambast me, because I should have really prioritized this, but somehow I missed it. Lambast me. And some of you might be saying, Mordy, why are you making such a big deal? You're always late on your super chats. You're always far behind. Yes, that is true. But I try not to fall behind when it's a goddamn Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Holy shit! Oh my, Glenn Lee dropping in the Rift Buster. Oh my god, that's a $100 super chat. Woo! Okay. Oh my god. Massive shout out to Glenn Lee. Thank you so much for the incredible support. From the bottom of my heart, man, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh. This was when I was talking about my hernia. Yeah. I've got like a weird lump in my belly. Well, it's just definitely a hernia. You know, it's when you go from doing 0 exercise to picking up 2 like 25 kilogram cases in one go, and then lifting them up a large flight of stairs to try and prove you're still a manly man. Yeah, don't be surprised if you get a small hernia popping out. Fuck's sake. Right. So yeah. So yeah, I'd probably need, I'm getting it I'm getting it looked at tomorrow. So there you go. Yeah. Glenn Lee, I don't give a fuck. Just support for your health and hobby. Get a belly piercing. They're metal, right? I would look so bad with a belly piercing, man. Also, not to get wanky and pedantic, but I made, for no reason, by the way, there's no logical reason for this, but many years ago, I just decided it's probably just the autism, right? Many, undiagnosed, by the way. But but many years ago, I made the decision that the only piece of jewelry I'd ever wear would be a wedding ring. So there you go. There you are, right? So I've got my wedding ring now. So but to be honest, even if I was the kind of person that was to wear more jewelry, I have to admit a belly button piercing is quite low down. On some might even say it's not even on the list of other jewelry that I would consider getting. There you are. There you are. So yeah, my actually, according to the WHO, if you paint 40k, you have autism. That's just like their opinion, man. I mean, who even are those guys? I mean, there you are. Get a Prince Albert. I'd rather not. I have to be honest. I generally have a policy against things going through my knob. That's something that I hold quite core in my personal belief system, So yeah, no, that's also quite low down. One might even say it's not on the list. That's also quite low down. All right. James Homer, can anyone clarify with bot action KV7? Can I use my commander units as regular infantry SS, or do I have to buy those for boxes? You could just use them as regular ones. Yeah, it's fine. It's very, very, especially in K47. Yeah. If you take your commandos in, there's actually a commando unit entry in bot action. So typically you'd use your commander infantry for that unit entry. But in K47, your commandos can just be used to represent normal infantry. Yeah. But yeah, going back to it, Glenn Lee, thank you so much, man. Become one with the machine gun. Look, I'm not getting my belly button pierced and my knob pierced just so that I can come close to machine gun. I don't even play AdMech. Okay? I don't even play AdMech. I play guard. All right? There you go. So, Glenn Lee, I'm sorry, but not even for a death strike am I going to get my knob pierced. Aldeas, if it isn't needed for medical purposes from a trained medical profession, I ain't letting anything sharp near my knob either. Yeah, look, it doesn't... Look, here's the thing. It doesn't seem like a particularly controversial opinion. All right? But yet, it seems like I'm being judged for not wanting to get a knob piercing. Or a belly button piercing. I don't know. Eyebrow? I'm not getting an eyebrow piercing. No. Could eyebrow piercing become close to the eye? Look, right, guys. Look, right. Let's not put too fine a point on it. Look at me. Do I look like the kind of person that's going to get any kind of piercing? Okay? Do I look like the kind of guy that would A, be interested in getting one, or B, be able to pull one off? Even if I was interested. Even if I was. I think we can all agree there's no way I'm pulling it off. Okay? There you are. Like, sure, I see trolls and piercing all the time. Where is your Aquila tat? Well, I actually have thought about getting Warhammer tattoos in the past. But the funny thing is, when I was growing up, my parents were always very anti-tattoo because they were like, tattoos, I don't know, they're just from that generation, right? They're from that generation and they're sort of middle-class British, so not particularly big fans of tattoos. I've never really cared about them. But they always sort of said to me, like, you should, they always had that mindset of, like, you shouldn't get a tattoo. It might affect your, it might affect you getting a job and all that kind of stuff. Now, the funny thing is that that very well may have been true for their generation, but nowadays, nobody gives a shit. I know people who have been very, very high up in companies. We're talking like director roles and everything. No one gives a shit anymore about the tattoo thing, which it's funny how quickly that has kind of changed. But now it's kind of got to the point where, like, I don't know, I just don't. And now I work for myself. So really, I'm not going to stop myself from giving myself the job because of a tattoo. But now, so I don't even have that excuse to like hide behind anymore. So now basically I've had a bit of a think about it. I've decided I don't want one. Yeah. It turns out, it just turns out I'm all right not having one. I don't mind other people having them. I don't judge anybody for having them. You know, I have plenty of friends who've got them, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that turns out just not bothered about getting one. Don't have any inclination. Don't feel a burning need to do it. Don't have any inclination or anything like that. So yeah. Not having a tattoo in this day and age is a flex. No graffiti on the temple. I don't think it's a flex. People, well, I think of course you'll have some. There will always be people that want to flex on each other in some manner or another. That's just human nature. But a good bit of showing off and dick waving is, you know, is normal, right? It's not to be glorified or demonized. It's just human nature. But yeah, I just don't have a desire for it. But other people do. Yeah, other people get new tattoos constantly. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, so Glenn Lee, unfortunately, I will not be getting any tattoos. I will not be getting any piercings, especially piercings of my belly button or knob, unless for some reason my life depended on it. If my life, if my life depended on it, and they were like, the doctors, they're like, Mr. Mordian, you need to have your knob pierced or you will die. Then, even at that point, I would hesitate before signing before signing that, you know, that waiver. You know, I'd be like, can I get a second opinion, please? Unless they're like, there's no time. If you don't get this knob pierced in the next 5 minutes, you are going to die. And then I'd be like, okay, right, just go for it. But outside of those quite specific, unique circumstances, do not see any of that happening. I would also like to mention, for anyone that's joining this conversation partway through, this conversation started with, I need to go to the doctors, I might have a hernia, and ended up with me having to describe the almost exact circumstances in which I would get my knob pierced. Welcome to the Mord and Glory live streams. This is not unusual. This is very much par for the course. Sounds like typical advice from the NHS. Mr. Mordian, I am your actual doctor and not a stranger Lavco. You need your knob pierced or you will expire within the fortnight. There you go. Autonomous, what if you got the next 5 years of conflict right now? Not even then. Look, it's not a good trade. No, getting to know everything that was happening in the next 5 years to permanently disfigure my penis. Look, it's just not a good deal. All right? It's not a good deal. Yeah. Needed a hernia, so I walked out with a fanny. Oh, they got the charts mixed up. There you go. All right. There you are. Right. Let's move on. Glenlee, thank you very much for the very generous super chat, man. I'm sorry it took me a while to get to it. Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat, man. Got my mystery box. Picture in stream discussion. I think I saw you post this on the subreddit, man. I tell you what, before I show off, let me get a drink. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a quick drink. I'm gonna have one more drink, and then be back on the super chats and stuff. We share games. It'll be on my profile. All right. Let's have a look. Nice. I love it, man. So this is so for those of you that ordered one of the K47 mystery boxes, they've started turning up. And this actually looks really good. So if you look at the contents of what you get here, I mean, this is the better part. This is the better part of a K47 army. So you've got the Vogel spinner here, which is 155 points. You've got the Panther X with light rail cannon, which I can't quite remember how much that is, but I'll find out now. Let's have a look. It's a Panzer 4. I've gone past it. I've not gone far enough. That's what it was. So the Panther X is 328. Let's work it out. Let's work out how much was in this mystery box. So 328 plus 155 plus 10 for the command vehicle. And then we look what else we've got here, there's Fallschirmjäger Falcon Infantry, Nachtelben. That's the old Nachtelben squad as well, which is actually quite good because you get, is it 8 of them? Yeah, and they come with the Pen P40s, which are actually probably the better weapon. And then you get 2 of the Nachtjäger and the German Special Medic, which you could easily just use as a platoon commander, basically. Then you get Hanomag. So if we go through and sort of add this up, so we've got the, where are you? So we've got the Panther and the Vogelspinner. Let's go for the Hanomag whilst we're here. So that's 62 points. Plus 62. And then we're looking to scroll up a bit. Scroll up quite a way, to be fair. Might as well go for an HQ team. Might as well go for a platoon commander with 2 extra bozos. We'll just go regular on that guy, to be fair. So 30 plus 10 plus 10 plus 2 assault rifles, which is 6 plus 6. Probably give that guy an extra point of rift mastery, so 15 there. That's pretty reasonable. And you probably would give him the good Luger, actually, wouldn't you? So there you go. By the way, I've added the right points up there. I've just been oh no, plus 1 more point there. I just only charged 9 points per regular bloke. So yeah, that's the officer, Hanomag, and the 2 vehicles. And then infantry, we had the Fallschirmjäger squad. Now you get 8 of those, so that's 130 for 5 plus. Oh, they didn't. Fuck's sake, that's so annoying. It undid the last bit. Right, we're gonna start from the beginning now. So it was 30 plus 9 plus 9 plus assault rifle plus 3 for the guy's pistol. Plus 15 for the rift mastery, 62 for the Hanomag, 155 for the Vogelspinner, 328 for the Rail Panther, and then it was 10 for the command vehicle. Then we're looking at 130 for the Fallschirmjäger, plus 26, plus 26, plus 26. Your Stubborn's probably fine, but you definitely want to give them Panzerfausts. So that's going to be an additional 40 points there. Because Fallschirmjäger, you want to drop down and Panzerfaust the fuck out of people. Then you've got some Nachtjäger here. That's just a nice 60 points. And then what was one of the other bits that we had? Oh, it was the Nachtelben, wasn't it? Yeah, so yeah, it's a big chunk of an army. Right, let's have a look at the Nachtelben. So that's gonna be 120 plus 24 plus 24 plus 24. And then they've all got the Pen P40s, so that's 16 points there. Do they come with any machine guns? No, but they do come with the Panzerfausts. Okay. So that's going to be another 40 points. So this mystery box, and what I like is all of those units are actually useful. The German medic, you just use him as a platoon commander. That's literally why I think that's literally like that's why I bought him. It's why I'm not using him in a totem core platoon. He's just a medic, right? You can even use the 2 extra guys he comes with as extra Fallschirmjäger if you really wanted to. So this box cost £125, and it came with basically 1,200 points worth of models, and we've not stat padded anything there. We've not worked out the maximum it could be. We've worked out what reasonably it could be. And so, you could take the officer as the only thing that you might change is making the officer veteran, and that would just take it up to about 1,200 points. So yeah, you need to get one. Basically, this is a 1,250 point start starter army. And the only thing you'd really want to add to it to get up to, you'd have to go with basically one thing to add to it to get it up to 1500. I mean, to me, what's jumping right out at me is easiest thing to do would be to throw some style trooping in there. Yeah, style trooping. You could get style trooping box would get you, because you can take you've used 3 of your 4 infantry slots up, so you would be able to get like a squad of like 6 style trooping, and then what you could possibly do is use the spare style trooper as like an officer, and then you turn these guys into something else. Maybe you do literally just use them as medics at that point, because you can still have a medic in your army, or use him as some sort of like air observer or artillery observer. He's just a generic funky looking officer model at the end of the day, right? And artillery observers aren't a bad shout at all. You could also just very simply go for some totem core. Yeah, absolutely. Or like honestly, easiest shout in the entire goddamn situation. Let me just check something here. I mean, I'm thinking veteran Puma. Take advantage of that Schwerfeld mastery. I'm thinking get a bit. You've got plenty of infantry in this list. What you got? 8 Falcons, 8 Nachtelben, and 2 of the Nachtjäger. You've probably got enough infantry. What you need is a little bit more pew pew. So you could get, you could get a couple of Vogel spinners. They come in boxes of 2, right? I think, or you can get a pair of them for a little discount. Or a box of Schreckwolfen, great choice, absolute great choice. Or a Puma. But yeah, basically, Warlord said that these mystery boxes were going to contain either a full army or just or one army or nearly a full army. You need to get like one more box to get a full army, and it does look like that is the case. And they also said that the boxes would contain like a coherent force, which this absolutely is. This has been designed to allow you to run this as a this has been designed to allow you to run it as an assault platoon and an armored platoon. Yeah. So there you go. So I think it's pretty good. Yeah. If what you've got with the Rail Panther here, you've got range anti-tank. Vogelspinner, you've got a bit of anti-cover infantry. The Falcons, you've got some infantry that can drop down and deal with tanks. Nachtelben, you've got some infantry that, some infantry that can start on the board. Natja, you've got some little disruption infantry. So yeah, you could really, a squad of Schreckwolfen just as a big sledgehammer, that's a great shout. Or a rail, or a grab Puma, that would be where I would go. Yeah. Lowe's Walker drop him in the powers? Maybe. My only sort of real concern with the no, the Locust Walk would be a good shout. I was just trying to think of things in plastic. Yeah. But yeah, however you slice it, you've got a very nice foundation to the army. There's no units there which are utterly useless or terrible. Every unit is either good, like literally it's like a solid good unit, or great. There are a couple of like more technical pieces. I do think like the Nachtelben, a little bit more technical, but once you get good with Nachtelben, they're very, very fun, especially with how many times you can like activate them. And the Falcons, once you get your head around basically using them as like Axis Fireflies, they can be very good as well. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good mystery box. That got a few different options that you can play around with. Nice solid foundation. Yeah, Volksgrenadiers. You go Volksgrenadiers with flamers. Stick them an engineer platoon. Yep, that could work 100% if you wanted more infantry. Basically, either add one big tank or one big heavy-hitting infantry squad, or add a platoon of ship munchers, and you're good to go. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? James Pates Plastic, thank you for the super chat, man. The first part of my 11th edition box arrived. Picture in stream discussion. What do you mean the first part? Oh. I was like, wait, it's arriving in bits? The 11th edition money, I took the 11th edition money and spent it on robots instead. The rest is on pre-order. The gloss varnish needs to fully cure before a lot of the heavy desert weathering and chipping. Going to paint the army in a historical, realistic style. Can't wait to chip it up and weather it, and still have money left over for more robots. Amazing, man. I was like, I was really confused by the super chat at first, and then I realized, yes, I understand now. I love it, man. Merlin's such a good walker. It's such a beast of a walker, man. Oh my days. It's such a beast. Yeah. So cool. So fucking cool, bro. I mean, it is true. If you are that way inclined, hey, you know what? For some people, it won't matter because they're like, no, I'm not interested in Konflikt. I want 40k, and that's fine. Yeah, of course. Like, I like 40k too. But for some people, it will be a big deal that for the price of one 11th edition starter box, you can get a full K47 army. That will be a big deal. Ibram Gaunt, thank you for the 19 months, man. X-Force, baby. Message and pictures in stream discussion. Crazy last few weeks. My model shells randomly collapsed. Luckily, the permanent casualties was 135 Panzer II. Most models of the pictures have been fixed, except the knacks there. Those tiny legs and huge heavy arms are near impossible to glue back on. If my mission contains axis and has one of the broken ones might become terrain. Me and my dad played Point to Hawk last night, went all the way to the last dice turn 7. My dad was able to check all 7 gun pits and get a unit off the board. I've got to take pictures after turn 3, sadly. The game had been going on at least 3 hours by that point, including setup. I mean, that's pretty good for a 7-turn game. Dude, it's absolutely heartbreaking when that kind of thing happens, man. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And what's bad is that you're not the first person I've heard this happen to. If it's any consolation, in the last 4 years, I've heard of this happening like 3 times. So it's not like it's a totally uncommon occurrence. So I don't know if that helps, but yeah, it's not great, and it's awful because we pour so much of our heart and our soul into our models that when they get damaged like this, it can really be very, very demoralizing and very deflating. So big well done to you for not letting it get you down and getting back on the horse, as it were, and getting them fixed up. Yeah, because it can be very easy to get upset when that kind of thing happens. I'm sure it was very upsetting in the moment, but at least you didn't let it keep you down. Yeah, the Nax there is probably, as you said, a little buggered. You might be, I mean, you could use a combination of super glue and milliput. So let me show you. So I don't know if you can see it on the back leg on there. So basically what happened is I used too much plastic glue and I over melted the leg. And so what I did is I I didn't have any super glue at the time, but I was able to do it with just the I was able to do it with just the milliput. What I basically did is I made essentially a milliput sleeve around the entire model, and then around the entire leg. So I put a little bit of plastic glue because it snapped off. Put a little plastic glue on it. Milliput sleeve. It didn't quite snap off. It was going to though. So a little bit of plastic glue on it to melt it again. Then put the sleeve of milliput around it. And what I did is I got a little like brush. And I sort of molded it with the brush. Very patiently. It took like a full minute or two. I just molded it all the way around, and then just let it. And then what I did is I actually suspended the Naxera. So how I suspended it is I got two glasses, like drinks glasses, and I basically had the Naxera claws in one like that, and then another one on the bubble butt. On the tank, on the big tank, and I held it there, so it was in the right position, and there wasn't any pressure on the leg. You could turn it upside down as well. You know, that could work as well. You could turn it upside down as well, but that might, you know, with the gravity, it might cause the leg to maybe change position or something. It's kind of up to you how you want to do it, but that could solve it. That could solve it. But yeah, you might not be able to get it exactly all four legs flush on the ground. Some of them might be sticking up and around a bit, but it might get you in the right direction at the very least. There you go. All right, there you go, man. Hope that helps. What have we got next? Oh, we've got the rest of the pictures, because it's not all bad news. There was some battle pictures as well. There you are. Back to the old what do you call it? The old paper drawing battle map, man. I thought you were enjoying a new terrain. So if you just sketch, it's just a sketch out for a bit of a quick game, I guess. So on the one hand, I do kind of like the idea of it because it's quite ingenious. Just tape down the paper, draw out the map that you want, and once you're done, just tear it up and rip it out and throw it away. It takes up no space whatsoever. But so I like the idea of it, but I do think it looks better when you're on your new terrain. Just my personal opinion, you know. You and your dad play whatever you want to play, of course, right? I'm not shitting on you at all. Yeah. There you are. It's cool, man. Yeah. Nice. There you go. A full seven turn game, eh? Yeah. It's like drawing battle plans. Yeah, it's kind of like drawing the battle plans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you are. Well, dude, it sounds like it was... oh, there's some more pictures here, actually. We can just rattle through those. It sounds like you had a bit of a rough, week or so, but that you've managed to sort of turn it around now, which is good. Point to Hawk. I remember this. Yeah. I think I had to do something similar when I did the Big D-Day game. Yeah. Nice. All right. What do we got next? Music Forkveld. Thank you for the super chat, man. The big thing we need to see is classic Warhammer, a rulebook with more or less 4th edition. Also, has anyone played Iron Age, a Scottish space opera? So, I haven't played that game. I'll be honest with you, I've not even heard of it, but it sounds kind of cool. As for Warhammer Classic, and I thought about this the other day, and I realized that I actually don't really want GW to go near it. Not to get a little beefy, but just for a second. I think that Games Workshop can write. Okay, I don't have the greatest confidence in GW's ability to write good rules. I think GW can write passable rules these days. But I think evidenced by what we've seen with like 11th edition, you know, I think there is a certain ceiling to GW's capabilities these days. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that ceiling is as high as the old 4th edition rules. The old 4th edition rules just work. And any interference with them, I don't think it's necessary. Yeah. I agree with Uncle Clumsy. 3rd, 4th, 5th could be handled like Mordheim. Let the worldwide community govern it. Exactly. It's a point of great irony that the worst thing that could ever happen to Mordheim and the Mordheim community is Games Workshop starts interfering with it. It's because especially what you'd end up with is you've got to remember with 4th edition, if Games Workshop brought back sort of classic Warhammer, think about this. I mean, unless they bring back all the old model kits, well, maybe they will, but unless they bring back all the old model kits, it's what you get in the box is what you get to use. And you've really got to think about how that would fuck with something like Devastator squads. Okay, yeah, classic Warhammer Classic comes back. Here's your Devastator squad. How come I can only equip each Devastator with 1 heavy bolter, 1 las cannon, 1 missile launch, 1 plasma cannon? Oh, because that's what comes in the box. Oh. So, or maybe you can take like 2 and 2. I think you could do that in the later Devastator boxes, right? So yeah, no, I'm not. I'll be honest. I really don't see the need for Games Workshop to get involved. Personally, I think the best thing that I think in a funny sort of way, the longer that GW leaves it alone, the more that community will coalesce and cultivate around a specific edition. I think most people are going to go back to 4th, maybe 5th edition, maybe, but 5th edition, I think 5th edition. I think people want to go to 5th edition because they like the idea of being able to like get some of the models that came out around that time, and I don't really. Yeah, there were more units available, like Pablo says, more units. But I do think 4th edition is kind of like the golden era. It's the golden era. Yeah, 5th edition. And one of the big problems with 5th is you had things like squadrons of vehicles coming in, and that really started to skew the available list. Like, oh, you can take like 9 Lehman Russes now rather than a maximum of 3. And I do think that did start upsetting the balance significantly. So, yeah. So I think 4th edition is what I just think GW should leave it alone. And I think over time, what will happen is a community will coalesce around the older edition. I think we're already seeing it. And I think if things need to be brought into the game, then there will probably be an element of a community-led, like Renegade rules pack, where someone just goes, okay, here, this is just the community-accepted way of running these units. Like, hey, let's bring X unit in from 5th edition or 6th edition or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And do you know what? Do you want to know that actually really surprised me about this? Do you know what really... So speaking of Oldhammer, I was very... I have to say, there's a real hunger for it, guys. So I did a video over the weekend, and it's got a good thumbnail. The Oldhammer revival is here. Reject new hammer, embrace Oldhammer. Huge update, just unlocked Golden Age of Warhammer 4, and that word says everyone. And this video got 11,000 views. Now, if we compare it to similar videos that came out around the same time, you can see that, similar 40k videos, it is doing as well. It's doing better than the drama videos. And let me tell you, beef videos normally get a lot of views. All right, that's not the reason I do them. I do them because I like talking about things and complaining about stuff a lot. But just talking objectively, like, they get a lot of views, right? it's on track to get more views or as many views as the 11th edition. Not going to be on average. It's going to be a more competitive video, which I wouldn't describe as a beef video. If you actually watch that, it's actually just a very objective video about the direction that 11th edition is going in. Back here, it's on track to do as well. This sort of 11th edition meta video here, as well as it's already going to do better than our gun lines back. So I think it's very, very telling that there seems to be as much interest. And bear in mind, I don't cover a lot of Oldhammer on this channel. I've done 2 battle reports, I've done 3 battle reports, and a couple of unit reviews and stuff. I dabble in it a little bit, but it's not been my super focus, right? So I think that's really, really telling that there is a hunger for the Oldhammer. So I think the best thing that I think what will happen is people will coalesce around 4th edition. Especially now that they can use New Recruit to build the lists. That's huge. I do think New Recruit unlocking basically every codex from 3rd and 4th edition, I think that's the game changer right there. Basically, the only thing at that point is you need to get yourself your hands on a copy of the rulebook, and you can find a PDF of that somewhere. And you can and you can print that PDF out, and you can start having a great time with it. I mean, if you just look at this, guys, New Recruit, right? Oh, 1 minute. So you see, Warhammer 3rd edition, create list, and you've just got it's just literally got everything. I imagine running a 4th edition tournament and some crazy mad bastard turns up with feral orcs. They've even got G-Still Occult. Yeah, New Recruit is such a game changer. I can use it. I have a G-Still Occult army which I can just build in 4th. Yeah. Now don't get me wrong, some of these are quite limited. For example, if you look at the Adeptus Arbites, this was just a fun army that was come up with in Citadel Journal 29. And, you have basically 1, 2, 3 kind of Arbites patrols. And then Arbites bikers, and then a couple of judges. It's quite difficult to get, all the bits that you need. But you can add in, was it Imperial Armor? Or was it just homebrew? I thought I saw a way of getting vehicles. You can get vehicles for these guys. I know you can. I was playing around today. They can get maybe it's on the transports. Oh yeah, okay. It's just cameos and rhinos, to be fair. So yeah, don't get me wrong. Some of these armies are quite limited. In terms of what they can take, for example. But it was an army that was it's just mental that they found the thing from Citadel Journal 29 and added it in. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. There's other ones, some of these ones are a little bit more. There are some homebrew things in here as well, but some of these ones are a little bit more fleshed out. So, by the way, the difference between Dark Elder and Dark Elder Witch Cult is basically they're the same army list, but one of them can take witches as troops and can take and gets a higher level of witch character as well. But I think G-Still Occult would be surprisingly well. Yeah, look at that. That's G-Still Occult surprisingly well fleshed out. Lehman Russ, Chimera, Captured Rhino, Captured Predator, Cult Truckers. Look at that. You get a cult truck in there. What the fuck's a cult truck? 999. Front armor, side armor, rear armor. I don't even think you can get a weapon on the truck. Vehicle upgrades. You can mount a heavy stubber. That's it. But hey, If you've got a geopolitical army, right now you can run it in 4th edition. No dramas whatsoever. Brew with the comrades, brew with the initiates, brew with the bikers, cult truckers, sentinel squadrons. I'm not entirely certain what the comrades are. Some of them seem I think they're mostly just humans, to be honest. What's the initiates? Yeah, so initiate they're all basically neophyte hybrids, but you could use Brew Brother comrades and use your acolyte hybrid models for them, and Brew Brother initiates and use your neophyte hybrid models for them. So yeah, like there's loads of stuff you can do with it. But yeah, like it's got absolutely everything here. And this is 3rd edition. And when you go, and 3rd edition, 4th edition are basically the same thing. So when you go over to 4th edition, it doesn't have as many options, but that's because the idea is that you use whatever was released in 4th edition, you create a list here, but anything that was released in 3rd edition can still be used in 4th edition. It was backwards. It was 100% backwards compatible. So anything that so even though we're talking about doing a 4th edition event, if I could build one of these 3rd edition lists here, like demon hunters, like Eye of Terror, Caden shock troops, all that kind of stuff, I can use that stuff in a 4th edition event. Well, or 4th edition game. Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool though. Yeah. You got like yeah, Crew Mercenaries. So this is a really cool one. I wonder if they've managed to create this in the thing. So you could make a Crew Mercenary army. And one of the things you could do is you could adapt your army. So the idea is that the crew eat people, and then obviously they sort of take on that DNA and genetic traits to like it's a little bit Turtle-esque in many ways. And one of the things you could do is do orc hybrids. Now, if I remember correctly, orc hybrid meant that you got extra strength, I think it was, or extra toughness or something. I wonder if it doesn't actually tell you what the what it does. There's no so okay. So there are some things they do need to add in because there's no rules there. But yeah, each one of these things did do something different. I'm trying to remember what it was now. That's kind of cool. Eaters of the Dead. I'm sure it used to give you extra toughness. But yeah, so there are there are 1 or 2 gaps to be fair, but I think they are filling it in. But it's still there, man. I'm sure the orc thing gave you an extra toughness, I'm sure it did. But yeah, that's the only one that I've not been able to find. Like the points are there, but not the full rules, to be fair. But yeah, there you go. What's the feral orcs one? That's what I saw. Feral orcs. Let's see if we've got everything here. Brutes. Let's have a look. So I'm not entirely certain what a brute is, but it's here. Additional options. I don't think there's anything there. Yeah. Yeah, I think feral orcs just you got like different. You got like herders, and you got boar boys. That was it. You basically just got a bunch of like mad. I don't think you got any like vehicles. A junker truck. Okay, so that must be an orc truck, but it can do things. It's a slightly different orc truck. What's the herders? You got squig herds. You got squig herds. Yeah. You got squig herds and stuff. So there you go. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, I do think that we don't really want Games Workshop to be fucking with the old editions that much anymore. I used to be very much on team bring Warhammer 40k Classic Edition back. The only advantage of Games Workshop bringing back Classic Warhammer is if they do it and they bring back the old models, so it's easier to get access to them, like Old World. And secondly, it gives the entire community one official place to rally around. Because right now you've got some people on 4th, some people on 5th, some people on 2nd. And I think if we got Warhammer Classic Edition and it basically brought out the Midhammer remastered, and we got some regular updates, that would be the regular balance patches. That would be the best. That would be the only sort of advantage to it. But unless GW is going to basically do something like that, I think it's best for them to leave it well enough alone. Yeah. MP Bros, thank you for super chat, man. Drop some stuff in stream discussions, sir. Let's have a look, man. Good evening, MG. For starters, I said last month I didn't think I was losing weight, but maybe gaining it. Partially true, partially false. He actually stepped into the scale. Last December, I was 300 pounds, 21 stone and 6 pounds. Now I'm down to 235 pounds. Hey, dude, that's awesome, man. What's that, like 6 months? You've lost like 65 pounds? That's awesome. 16 stone, 11 pounds. Cutting out drinking soda has done a ton for me, and so has working landscaping. It's hard work, but it's got me more into shape. Dude, I think soda's the biggie. That's why you saw before I had like a glass of soda, but for my second drink of the stream, I didn't get a soda. What did I get? Water? Yeah. There you go. Show people the site I sent in, damn you. I mean, if you put the link in stream discussion, dude, it doesn't come up. YouTube filters it out. So don't fucking blame me for it, dude. Stop being rude. We're doing someone else's super chat. Simmer down and just go back to insulting my hairdo, all right? I have little to report on my 40k front. I had some fun kit bashing some Kree characters out of the Ultra Auxiliaries from the Titus box. The inspiration for the models came from user Riddler's 184's Lord Solar Proxy. I don't even know what to run them as yet. Maybe chat has got some suggestions. I also ordered myself some bot action M18 Hellcats and plan to swap for the Hippogriff models. I think I can Krieg them up a bit. I like the idea of a scout vehicle being very open, not for better vision, but easier to watch out for the under-armored tank. Swap for the Hippogriff models. Oh, okay, so I get what you're saying. Only the other war game on the war game front, I've jumped to bot action pool and bought the Cross of Iron box. Hey, amazing, man. I made a list. I think it's okay. Any recommendation would be great. I built the tanks now, and I'm building infantry and MGs. I kind of want to pick up some troops who can have flamethrowers because it's cool. And in my head, I want to run no mutant allowed K-47 army. My boys will end up like the Jones in Black Ops 2 Origins trailer. I don't know that, to be honest. I don't know what I plan to get for K-47 bot action next, but next month I will be buying the bot action rulebook, K-47 rulebooks, and Armies of Germany rulebook. Nice. I also really wish Warlord sold gas mask heads for the Germans and some K-47 shock trooper helmets. I can put my dues to make them a little bit more high tech, but that is such a minuscule ask, lol. Well, interestingly, dude, I think they have maybe. Let me see if I still got them here. Yes, I do. So I actually, by one of the guys in Warlord, he actually sent me some Stahl helms with gas mask heads, and I actually used them to make some Steel Legion, right? So let's see if I can get this to. Right, so that's what they look like. But they're not. No, Cyrillic dude. If you post the link in anywhere in YouTube chat, YouTube just doesn't allow it because they do it to stop sex bots. YouTube basically thinks you're a sex bot right now. Okay. So MP Bros, the thing is, they're not for sale right now. So Warlord Games used to make these, and then they stopped making them. But they were thinking of bringing them back. And they sent me some. But I don't think they've put them on general sale yet. And I have asked, like, Warlord, like, these are really good. Put them back on general sale. But I don't think they've done anything with them at the moment. The only other option you've kind of got is... you've got a couple of options, all right? One is Warlord, one is not Warlord. I mean, if Warlord... hey, look, at the end of the day, if Warlord's not going to offer you what you want, you don't have to wait around for it. You know, you can always look at other sources, but there is where is it? There is these. So you've got these ones. I quite like those, to be honest. And what's really annoying is Warlord has done a bad job of advertising these, because if you were to look at this, you would think you got 5 heads for £5. You get 10. So that's actually like 50p per head, which is a ridiculously good deal. If I had known you got 10 of these, they really need to update the picture so it shows 2 rows of them. Because if I had known you got 10 of these, I would have upgraded every single one of my bastarding infantry with them. No doubt. No fucking doubt. Like, these are really cool Hellboy-esque fucking heads. Right? So you've got this option. The other option is outside of Warlord games. 50p for head, I know, it's pretty good, right? Is outside Warlord games, and that is Anvil Industry. So if you go over to their website and go to Regiment Infantry Bits Head/Helmets, they have just got, like, it just keeps going. Like, frankly, a ridiculous amount. But they might be a little large. So I'd only buy like one, and then and then see if it fits okay. But you do have some like Krieg style heads here, if I can find them. There you go, Stahlhelm with gas mask there, and then you've got Stahlhelm with death masks. There you go, and you've got some trench officer heads there, some with gas masks and stuff. Yeah, like I said, it just, there's so much. It just keeps going. You've got it for the Americans as well. American M1 helmets with gas masks there. Yeah. We've got some, it's kind of interesting. If you wanted to, you could turn a bunch of your British guys into robots by using some of the head swaps as well. Yeah. So yeah, you basically you've got this area as well, which might be helpful. There you go. So I don't know if that helps particularly. It might be too late, MB Bros. But let's go back to what you were saying. Also, awesome. By the way, so before I even forget, awesome for getting into bot action, bro. Holy shit! I should have said that as well, right? Let's have a look. Yeah, such a good starter army. Honestly, new best starter army in all of bolt action. £104, I think, for this bad boy. And it comes with a full plastic 1250 point starter army. It's absolutely amazing. 1250 points being the level the game is played at. So it's a full army in one box. You've got the Stummel. You've got the Panzer IV. You got the Pak 40. This isn't in the box. This is something else. These are the guys you krieged up. Nice. They do look pretty sick, though. Cool. Very cool. I love that. Yeah, that's very nice. Nice. Very, very nice, man. Very, very nice indeed. But, dude, yeah, I'd love to see you get into a bit of the old bot action, man. Let me have a look at your list and see what it says. Let's see if the link works. Yes, it does. So, 14 order dice, 1250 points. You've got a platoon commander, 1 guy with a rifle, 2 guys with machine guns, 1 guy with an assault rifle. Regular, yep, that's fine. Volks Grenadier Squad, inexperienced, 3 with rifles, and 5 with assault rifles. Yep, that's fine. Got another one of those. Yep, that's fine. There's slightly. There's one extra guy in there. Yeah, still good. Here, veteran grenadier squad. Double LMG squad, basically. Double LMG squad. Yeah, that's all looks good to me. Panzerschreck anti-tank team. Yeah, that's good. Panzer 4, you've taken him as veteran, so you can take advantage of the Panzer Ace. Yeah. And then you've got the Stummel regular. Yeah, that's perfect. And then you've got MMG team, medium mortar team, and then platoon commander inexperienced. Yeah, to come with inexperienced platoon commanders, and a pack 40. So yeah, that all looks good to me, man. I guess the only thing I would suggest, if you've not already, you might have already built your models, but if you've not already built them, it might be possible for you to get a few extra weapon teams out of that weapon teams box that you get, because I mean, if you've got some spare grenadiers, you can make some extra weapon teams, and you get 36 grenadiers in the box, I believe. Or is it more? Let me have a look. Is it 42? Is it 36? You get a lot. 36. So how many do you use in your list? 4 plus 7 is 11. Plus 8 is 19. Plus 12 is 29. 31. And then I'm seeing a couple of officers, so 33. I think that box is 30 infantry plus 12. No, you get 36. So you might have 1 or 2 guys. You might have 3 guys left over. And if you've got 3 guys left over, I'd highly recommend you try and use them to build an extra mortar team, because double medium mortar is very nice. Do you get an extra mortar on the sprue? You might only, to be fair, you might only get 1 mortar. I'm sure you don't, though. I'm sure you get extra bits. Could be wrong, though. Yeah. Yeah. I think you. I'm sure you get extra bits. I'm sure you get. It's the only. I'm sure the only limiting factor is the number of crew you get. But you get like. Maybe you do only get 1 medium mortar on the sprue. I can't remember now. I'll have to check the box. I mean, I built the fucking things, but I've just forgotten. Let's have a look. So I see 2 mini machine guns and a mortar and a Panzerschreck. But how many sprues actually come in the box? Aha, I knew it. 2 heavy weapon frames. Yes. See, I am not insane. It might be different in the actual Cross of Iron box set, but I don't think it is. 36. You get the heavy weapon platoon. Yeah. So you should have a spare mortar, and if you can build yourself an extra mortar team, I definitely would do. Yeah, I definitely would do. There you go. You're still gonna want, like, you might need to think about that, because you want to have like a couple of spotters and stuff as well for all those mortars. But yeah, however you slice it, man, I think you're looking pretty good. So yeah, the list looks good, by the way. Only thing I would, I'm only saying you might want an extra mortar to get more firepower. Now, if you're looking for flamethrower, but here's the thing, we might be on to a bit of a doozy here, right? A bit of a doozy. If you want flamethrowers, which I believe you said you want some flamethrowers, there are obviously a couple of ways you can do it, right? So you've got weapon teams and stuff. So I wonder if we can. Let's try heavy weapons. Tend to go low to high, so we can find the weapons pretty quickly. So you can obviously still buy individual weapon teams if you want, right? And that's definitely an option you're going to want to, like, tot up. I think there are some, like, if I scroll that down. Yeah, there you go. So you can get like flamethrowers and weapon teams and shit like that, right? So you can do that. But if you want flamethrowers and you already have loads of spare heavy weapons anyway from the plastic heavy weapon teams, I would recommend this box set. So this is the German Veteran Infantry Platoon. It is 37 quid. Obviously, you could get it for a little discount from a retailer. Or you can just get it from Wargaming. It's up to you if that's your only option. It comes with 30 infantry. And most importantly, it comes with a plastic flamethrower. So this box set, it doesn't have any assault rifles in it because it's an early to mid-war infantry box set. But it has, so these models are actually, in terms of like sculpts, are actually much newer than the Grenadier ones. You'll notice not a massive, but a slight quality difference between these ones and the Grenadier ones you've been working on. The Grenadier ones came out like it's like the only thing you'll sort of notice, on like the Grenadier like camo schmocks, sometimes it's a bit like it's a bit chunky under the armpits and stuff. Or around the back of the arms, you might have noticed that. Yeah, you don't really have any of that shit in these ones. They're just a little bit higher quality, like 10% higher quality. Nothing you can notice from 2 feet away. But the big thing that you'll get with these guys is you get anti-tank rifles, plastic anti-tank rifles in here, and you get plastic flamethrowers in here as well. So what you could do is what a lot of people do is, and you notice how they get like they've got like these like bundles of grenades and shit, and like this this AT mine, and you've got like some like injured blokes and stuff. There's some dude with a shovel as well. They've got like a full Krieg option in here. I don't know if they've got the picture of him. Probably not, but so yeah, you see how you can build like anti-tank rifle teams from this box set and stuff as well. You can even build more medium machine gun teams if you want to. Officers, all sorts of Feld Gendarmerie and stuff, because you've got like the what do you call it? The little gorget and stuff like that. But yeah, what I would recommend you do, and you can have a look at the sprues and everything, but what I would recommend is actually getting a box of these. And I would use them to use the bodies of the crew to make extra weapon teams out of the plastic ones you've got left over from Cross of Iron. So extra Panzerschreck here, extra couple of medium machine guns, extra couple of you might run out of bipods, but extra mortars and stuff like that. And then also use them to make like some extra flamethrowers, because you're going to get 5 plastic flamethrowers in this box set, so you can get shitloads of them. And then I'd use the rest as basically just other infantry. What I'd probably do is I'd build a couple of anti-tank rifles. I'd build get an extra heavy mortar, an extra Panzerschreck, extra mortar, extra Panzerschreck. And then after that, I would use them to fill any infantry gaps that you've got. But specifically, I'd build probably 3 6-man squads of flamethrowers. Just make yourself some proper nails, like assault pioneer squads. You can even get some of your leftover STG 44s and put them on these bodies as well, because the kits are relatively cross compatible. And so what you can do is you can get like you can have some, for bolt action, you can have like some veteran stormtroops with flamers and automatic weapons. And then for Konflikt 47, you know what's really helpful? Having a bunch of fucking flamethrowers to make your basic infantry perform better. Yeah, the rest of them may be your K47 army group. Exactly. Because, sometimes in what I found in K47 is you don't actually really want to massively upgrade your squads with all the automatic weapons and stuff. What you actually want is just, when it comes to basic infantry, is a number of small squads, like I did with my Americans, just small squads with a flamethrower, no other upgrades. Maybe Panzerfaust as well, maybe, but definitely not guaranteed. So that's what I would do. But yeah, I think if you were to expand at all, I would say that veteran infantry kit is a very good place to go. But it's up to you, MP Bros. Obviously, I don't want to be twisting your arm and telling you to spend more money when you've only just bought one box, right? If you don't remember, everything you need to play bot action to the full extent of the game is in the box that you've got. So don't necessarily think that like you need to expand at all. You could, you don't need to. It's entirely up to you if you want to. So yeah, but MP Bros, I imagine you're like me, and you've bought one set of models, yes, but you're enjoying building them so much, you're already planning your next purchase. That's what I'm like, man. I'm already like, yep, okay, time to get the next one. As I'm building one thing, I'm thinking about the next thing I want to get. Yeah. K47 will go full humans. So the one thing that's worth mentioning is in K47, you do need 2 advanced or specialist infantry choices. Now, that doesn't mean mutants, but it does mean that you are going to need 2 just totally normal blokes squads. Now, if you're going all human all the way, and you want kind of like the most cost-efficient way of getting the... Honestly, I just recommend Style Trooper. I'd recommend a single box of Style Trooper. They're plastic, and you can use them. A single box of Style Trooper comes with 9 guys, and that's enough for an officer and 2 blokes and 2 3-man squads. And then you're off to the races. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. And they are human, by the way. They're just humans inside the powered armor. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would suggest. If you want to stick to all plastic, obviously you can go outside of the safety of the plastic bubble if you want to. You've got the Schwertruppen, which are the metal Mark 1 power armor guys and stuff, but yeah. I mean, I'm still on the fence that Style Troopers are actually human. They are human. They're just very arrogant. But they're definitely human. Yeah, I don't think there's any hints in the law of them not being human at all. Yeah. Yeah, you've got ones that are got no helmets on and stuff, and they're just human. That's why Gross is so annoyed with Zergling, because he keeps taking his normal human Style Trooper and turning them into bloody Totem Core without his permission. Yeah. And then they're not as good, because you need to be actually like fucking all there in your head to use power armor properly. Only humans can operate power armor. There you are. What do we got next? All right. Joshua Hammer, thank you for super chat, man. Hey Mordian, Warlord had bought into LVO and as it's holding a massive weekend event. It looks awesome. Link stream discussion. Warlord's going to LVO? Holy shit. Let's have a look. Warlord's teamed up with Frontline Gaming for LVO for a massive tourney weekend. So, Warlord Games weekend experience. Konflikt 47 tournament, 3 games. So about to follow. Saturday and Sunday, bot action grand tournament, 5 games. Additionally, Warlord Games hosting events over the course of 4 days. These games are open to all badge holders of both FLG, Frontline Gaming LVO, and weekend badges and LVO com badges. Thursday, open practice games along with some Fridays and demos. Friday, bot action Bridge 2 Far Mega Battle, plus Actum Panzer, Black Seas, Blood Red Skies, Victory at Sea, along with building and painting demos. There's a tabletop terrain competition all weekend. Check out the Living History display too. Saturday, K47, Boomtown, Mega Walker Platoon game along with demos and open play of the Mist games on Friday. Sunday, Black Powder, Remember the Alamo Mega game. All miniatures provided, just show up, plus Mist demo. That's cool, man. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you've got a K47 and a bot action event. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you've got like all the demo shit. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Warlord Games. Warlord Games. I don't know if they've been to LVO before. They might have been, but Warlord Games stepping it the fuck up. I love it. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Had a Star Wars stream. Got a lot of hobby done in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, had a Sunday late stream. Look what I made for TTC. Got his whole box done and more done. Got more Legions got more Legions getting ready for TTC. Last time I vowed the ATST you told me about was Rogal Dawn. Should do that this time too. I mean, yeah, sure, it's pretty big, right? Did I say a Rogal Dawn for that thing? Fair enough. I don't think I did. I say a Rogal Dawn, Cosmic? I feel like you're. I don't think I said a Rogal Dawn for that, did I? Oh, I must have been feeling in a particularly generous mood. I think you're gonna need to find the evidence of that, man. I'll give you. Yeah. I have files. It is quite big. Put it next to a Rogal Dawn, both vertically and then lie it down. And I might need to reconfirm it. Yeah. Also, fun fact, I lost the plot, I think, because it was glue fumes and it turned into a pro-imperial podcast where the Empire was justified. Long live the Empire, for fuck's sake. I mean, of course, I'd be on Team Empire, man. Like, I'm not siding with no fucking rebels. There you are. The Empire brings peace and security to the galaxy. We all know this. All right, nice. Cosmic, I love it, man. That is a pretty bloody. I'll tell you what, that is a productive stream. I do not get that much done on stream. I get like 10 guys built. And I'm like, that was a good day. I don't get that much done. But Cosmic, I will say this. I had quite a busy. Everything is a competition, right? So I got 5. So let me tell you what I built over the weekend, Cosmic. I got 5 American infantry built. 18 Soviet infantry built, 16 Ursus, and then I got Roberta Wells 1 and 2, and Zergling and the Totenrotter done as well. So I think I'm Cosmic. I think I'm keeping up with the flair. I'm keeping up with the flair. But to be honest, it's not really a competition, brother. It is not really a competition, for we fight for the same thing. Glory to the Rift! Praise be to the Rift! There you go. All right. What have we got next? Colin Drew, thank you for super chat. Pierce your knob, you wanker. There's no way I'm getting a knob piercing. I'm just telling you right now. Lich Finder General, thank you for super chat. Fascinating and relevant AOS lore tidbit in stream discussion. Let's have a look. AOS lore, fascinating and interesting. I have to read this to believe it. Sigmar's vision stretched beyond merely retaking his old territories and reigniting the ancient feuds that had occupied his mind for so long. His ambition was to reorder the foundation of the realms themselves, anchoring the disparate worlds together through physical and arcane means. It might take him thousands of years, but the God King envisioned a great transformation. All 8 realm spheres united as a single celestial body, the balance of magic restored and transformed into an arcane barrier that would keep the dark gods at bay forevermore. Only Sigmar's most trusted allies were privy to the true scale of his design. Fewer still believed such a thing could be accomplished, but the God King had achieved the impossible many times before. The scope of this war would be beyond anything he or indeed any deity had ever attempted. It would fall to the Stormcast to enact the mandate of Azir, the divine will of the heavens. So, I guess this is from... That's actually interesting. If that's from like 3rd/4th edition... If that's from 3rd/4th edition, that is quite interesting because it means that they've been planning the last world for a little while. It was foreshadowing, yeah. It was in the Stormcast Eternal Tome the entire time, but nobody noticed until now. Yeah, I guess that does go to show no one fucking buys and reads those books, do they? Oh my god. You know, like, I bet sometimes GW must get really frustrated with us. They're like, guys, if you just read the books we put out, what GW want us to read? Yeah, like we put a lot of effort into these books. Like, if you read them, you might find some interesting information. No, I'm going to get the rules free online. Thank you very much. Like, sometimes I understand GW's ire with the community. Like, I'm still very much team community, don't get me wrong. But sometimes I understand why they might be slightly resentful of us. Yeah. There you go. Without the context of the leaks, it reads like fro filler on the page that you glaze over. Yeah, indeed, right? Indeed. Do you know, I will say, it is kind of mental that Sigmar, like, this might sound like I'm, 10 years too late to this because of Age of Sigmar's been around for about a decade now. But, if not a bit longer. But, it does, to me, it is kind of mental they brought Sigmar back when you think about it. Like, bringing Sigmar back and having him be like a living entity that people like interact with on the day-to-day. It's like if they brought the Emperor back. So when people say like, oh, they'd never bring the Emperor back, it's like, you sure about that? You sure about that? I think the Emperor's coming back. I think that if I think the Emperor's coming back, I think Games Workshop is going to sell an Emperor model. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know if they're going to bring him, just it is the Emperor that comes back, or if it's going to be like the Shard of the Emperor, kind of like how the Sanguinor is like basically Sanguinius' spirit going on the battlefield and everything. Which I know is a brutal oversimplification of it, but there you are. But I think in one capacity or another, the Emperor is on the return. I think he'll be in game. Matthew Edwards, I think he'll be in game. I think the Emperor will be a purchasable, playable model. That's what I think could happen. Matthew Edwards, way too strong. I mean, here's the thing. You say that, but technically, Primarchs, right? I mean, just think. Think about how powerful a Primarch really is, and then think about them on the battlefield. Think about how powerful like a Catan actually is, and then think about them on the battlefield. He's the next level, though. I don't know, man. Primarchs are already Primarchs. If you wanted to represent Primarchs properly, they'd have to be a 3, 4, 5,000 point model. And even then, right? Like the only thing that can, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only thing that has ever killed a Primarch is another Primarch, right? Spoiler alert, you know, Ferrus Manus died to Fulgrim's hands, right? The only exception was it the Night Lords guy, and he let himself get killed. So I don't really count that one, because he let himself get murderized. Yeah, we can field 5 Catan shards in what is thematically a small skirmish. I don't think power level is an issue in Duke's mind. Yeah, exactly. Like 3 Catan shards are considered a planet-ending event. Exactly. Supposedly, a pile of word bearers killed Rogal Dawn as well, but commonly considered not true. Yeah. Like no one actually knows how Dawn died, right? Like they've got his hands in a fucking cookie jar somewhere. Yeah, like Fulgrim, for example, is broken. So I don't think he would be too powerful on tabletop is an argument. The only way they could like, if they wanted to take that into account, it would have to be basically like Catan shards, but Shard of the Emperor, where the Emperor, maybe he can come back, but he can like, or Avatar of Cain. I think the way you do it is Avatar of Cain style, where, you know, one guy basically, you know, for one battle he dies, right? But one guy basically, you know, goes and becomes like the Avatar of the Emperor, and then at the end of the battle, like, goes away again. Maybe that's the way they could do it. Shard of the Emperor, Avatar of the Emperor, whatever you want to fucking call it. But this is what I'm saying. One way or another, I think we are now on the path. We are in the timeline of the Emperor returning to 40k. That's what I think. Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Do you ever swallow like a drink, but like swallow a giant air bubble down with it? And it's like, why is this water hurting me? I just had that, yeah. In fact, Literally General, that is quite interesting information, though. Re-AOS. Lancet Lindblom, thank you for Super Chat, man. Some Konflikt game pictures from this weekend. In-stream discussion. Yes, more Konflikt content, baby. More Konflikt content. Let's have a look. Nice. There we are. I appreciate you tastefully not getting that guy's armband in the video for the sake of demonetizing. I appreciate that. There you are. Nice. Yes, the Green Vault. I tell you what, the Green Vault, when you really lean into them, I think they look absolutely sick as fuck and sinister on the tabletop. Like, just look at that long line there, guys. Like, it's all spider mechs all the way. Like, I think, oh yeah, I think obviously, I think a lot of people in sort of approach K47 almost as like a bit of a weird World War II game, but there is that side of it that I think I'm starting to really enjoy with certain factions, where you can be like, no, this is properly fucked up. This isn't just, oh, slightly weird World War II. This is like, nah, this is fucked up. Do you know what this reminds me of? And if you've seen it, let me know down in chat. This reminds me of the Animatrix, the second Renaissance, when you get to the final pitched battle between the humans and the AI. And like the first battles, it's like humans versus humanoid robots. And then you get to the last battle, and it's like, what the fuck is that? That's not human anymore. And like, you can see like the enemy has changed in a very, very distinctive way. And it's very, 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 very cool. So yeah, I love the idea of like when the axes turn up, it's not just Panzer IVs like a funky gun on it anymore. It's not like, oh, we've got some normal soldiers but in power armor. It's like, no, these are all mechs turning up, and they look like they're literally harvesting they're harvesting the ground, man. It's so cool. But I think what I love is you can have that that juxtaposition, you can have that comparison, where on one side of the board you've got all of the most mental, fucked up, proper dark side of Konflikt, and on the other side you've got like the Americans with like a Tesla gun on a Greyhound, and it's like, yeah, what I said, you've got to have the horrors beyond human comprehension, and then you've got to have the humans that are trying to take them on, and that makes for a very, very fun dynamic. Sometimes you want horrors versus horrors, sometimes you want humans versus humans, but sometimes normal blokes versus the horrors, that's the best bit. Yeah, I love that. Look at like just totem core and just like mechs scuttling everywhere. It's so cool, man. It's so good. Wow, that is brutal. Is that wait? Were those guys on the same side or fighting each other? I think they might have been fighting each other. I was gonna say if that was a push from the Allies getting wrecked like that, that's pretty bad. But hey, fair enough. The Brits lost the Percy, but they managed to take out the Jackal and the Coyotes. That's pretty good going on the Brit side of things. Yeah, good effort. Damn good effort, boys. Hey, I tell you what, those Marcher infantry look pretty good, don't they? Don't wrong. I love me bolt action infantry, but those Marcher boys look pretty decent. Yeah, nice. I think the Marcher models look. It's really cool to see how good they look alongside the Grizzly. Yeah, they really do. They are very compatible. Yeah. Are they Golden Dragon? I thought that's Marcher. I thought it was it might be Golden Dragon, but either way, those models work well. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Very cool. Oh no, I missed the other armband. Oh no, this armband was tastefully turned away. This armband, we've been demonetized. 1 minute, 1 minute. It's okay. I'll cover them up with my face. There you are. There you are. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. I'm only really having a joke about it. Let me move my face back down to here. There you are. What have we got here? What have we got next? Chaos, thank you for super chat, man. I just saw the new Total War Warhammer 40k video. Is the Rust safe now? Total War games last many years, and the Rust is heavily featured. Yes. Okay. I saw it, and yes, apparently the Rust is in the Total War Warhammer 40k trailer, so we can all breathe easy. I'm not gonna lie, I was worried. The fact that it wasn't featured in like a lot of recent games just had me. It had me worried for the old Rust. But no, I think the Rust is safe now. I do think GW would have been absolutely insane to get rid of it. But yeah. But yeah, it's good to know that the Rust is safe. It is good to know. And that's good. That's good news. That's very good news. I tell you what. Let's have a look. There was actually a bit of potential drama here. I wanted to know what you guys thought about this. So people are saying. So, what do you guys think on this? Right. This is slightly off topic. So there's people are saying that this picture is AI. I don't know if it is. I mean, I think people are saying. I mean, why are people saying it's AI? Because I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers there. And I see that. Is that not the bottom of the gun? Or is that meant to be the bottom of the gun? 6 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see the bottom of the hand grip under it. Yeah, that's the bottom of the hand grip there. He's pulling the trigger with his thumb. Oh, of course. Yeah, of course, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. He's pulling the trigger with his thumb like round there. Yeah. Now look at the guy behind him. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Games which officially banned the use of generative AI in its content production and internal design process. A policy confirmed by CEO Kevin Roundtree of the company, January 26 half-year financial report. The company states that it does not allow AI-generated content or the use of AI in designing miniatures, writing rules, or creating art, nor does it permit unauthorized AI use in competitions like Golden Demon. No AI, AGW. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that and look at the way like this bit like bends, like that bit bends down, but it should be going like straight across and everything. That's not good. Yeah. AI always fucks the hands up as well. To be fair, someone mentioned in Guns that GB might not have known it, that this is made by AI. I'm not sure it's AI yet. There's other explanations, although I suppose I could have had a freelancer use AI. It's not like you would check something for quality. No, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, but the finger's on the wrong side, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, no, it's pretty fucked. I don't know, boys. I think it is. Because that's on Warcom, right? Yeah, it's on Warcom. Look, so new Mark IV Space Marines deployed to the Horus Heresy. It's right there. Yeah, you can't miss it. Oh, they're big. They're making the Mark IVs bigger, are they? That's good. Because they were the last. They were the last of the dumpy Marines, and they were noticeably dumpy. Yeah, so it is a big upgrade. I really like the Mark IV Marines. I know, even with the Primaris helmet. I like the straight mag bolters. I think they're really cool. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably take these guys, and I mean, I'd take these guys, maybe do a bit of a head swap on them. Yeah. But yeah, so it is right there. Yeah. I think it is too, but now it's proving if GW knew it or not. They could be lying. They could just be dense. But why? I mean, I think the likely scenario is somebody. I think this is AI generated. I think the likely scenario is someone at Games Workshop used AI. Didn't tell their boss. And then basically uploaded it. I don't think so. I do not believe that there is a general policy of Games Workshop using AI. What I think is happening is there will be individuals in the company who are using it against the company policy. Next level, are they rules writers using AI would explain fly rules and such? Again, yes, I think that's what it is. I think I don't think it's. I think there are people inside the company who are using AI to make their jobs easier. But I think those people are doing it against the company policy. Yeah. One thing I've noticed, and chat, let me know if I'm way off the mark with this one. But that bolter ejection port looks a lot different to that one. Is that normal, or is that also maybe evidence of something going a bit squiffy? Like, is that reflected on the models? No, the back one is just shut. Oh, wait, does it like slide down or something? Like, how does it shut? It looks a bit unusual, don't you think? Does that fold down and fold up? Look at all the models and see if there's a closed version. That's what I was thinking. I don't see it on any of these. Or these ones. See, ooh. Okay. I think that's more evidence it's AI. So, oh wait, is it just that bit there? See, let me give you my evidence. Let me present my evidence. Okay. So, you can see all of the bolters basically have got the same exit, right? But you can see the angle on this one, right? And the angle on this one makes it look like it's not. It's exactly the same as this one, right? You can see it's exactly the same. But because of the angle, it looks different. But it's just that we can't see the gap. So what I think's happened, if you notice, this model here is in the same pose as this guy here. And what I think the AI might have done is taken that, misunderstood what it is, and created basically the same issue right there. So rather than having the big opening, which is what it's meant to have, it's made what it looks like, oh, line, line, and then bit around the top, right? And you can see that's what it looks like here, line, line, bit around the top. That's my suspicion. Actually, can you find the model that he is, the front one is taken from? Maybe. Again, I have no evidence of that. But I think it's plausible. That's why it's been picked up that way, and why you've got that bit there and that bit there, and why it looks like it's, when you see it, it looks like it's a solid. It's like a solid box on the side almost, isn't it? Yeah. But again, I have no evidence for that. And when you zoom in, maybe that it looks a bit less like a solid box. It's kind of, maybe it's not a solid box, but instead it's like around that bit's there, and then that's meant to be the gap. So maybe I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to push a narrative. I'm just looking at the situation with my own two eyes. So this guy is basically sort of firing. Okay, is there a plastic model with 6 fingers? I guess is the big question. Could it be that one? Could be that guy. Or that one. I think it's that one.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
Let me have a look at the picture. Has it got the thing? It's got the thing hanging down there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's this one. He hasn't got 6 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's definitely AI. It's definitely take this model, and the AI's taken the model and scanned it in, and it's made the extra finger. Yeah, that's basically what's happened. Yeah. So what I suspect probably happened is like I said, I don't think this is GW. I think this is I think GW will be about as pissed off as about this as the anti-AI people are, because they don't want to look like hypocrites, right? They don't want to do that. So I think someone inside Games Workshop has used AI to try and cut a corner in their job. And basically they've gone, right, yeah, upload this, blah, blah, blah. And then they just haven't checked it. And then because GW basically has no quality control now, the boss has just gone, yeah, they've not had to get it checked by a boss or anything before it's uploaded, or the person who checked it hasn't checked it, and it's just gone up. Yeah. From cutting a corner in their job, potentially cutting their job short. Yeah, I think so. I will say this, okay? I'll make a controversial statement. Make sure I'm not missing any super chats. Okay, I've got one to do, so I'll just do this very quickly. Actually, Ishmael, I will read Ishmael's super chat out. Thank you for the big dude. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the big super chat. Sign of the times, man. Sign of the times. A company is only as good as the people they hire, and nobody with skill to make money works for GW anymore. Enjoy the fire for the warmth / entertainment, and remember, good times. I think you're right. I mean, if you were here's the big thing. If you're an artist, it must be very difficult working at Games Workshop, because yes, you get paid for your work, but you don't get credited for it. So it can be very difficult. If you need to seek employment elsewhere for one reason or another, it's like, oh, what? Please, could you show us a body of your work? Oh, I did all this. Well, can you prove it? Well, the company never credited you. So, yeah. So, I think because of that, you're going to get a lot. And I've heard a lot of horror stories. Again, I don't know if I don't know if this is true, by the way. Assume this is false. And if it ends up being true later, then great. But if it never pans out, then fine. All right. So like I said, assume what I'm saying here is false, because I've got no evidence or corroboration for it. I've heard that game, because obviously Games Workshop is quite a big player, a lot of people apply to work there. And as part of like the trials and stuff, Games Workshop will get you to like prove, let's say you prove you can make models. Let's say you can prove you can draw pictures and stuff. And as part of your like trial, like in the fine print, GW gets you to like sign something or agree to something. And they don't offer you the job. They say, you need to go through this test, go through that test. It's all part of the recruitment process, this test, that test. But it turns out anything that you do as part of that trial and that test is owned by Games Workshop. So if you do, like, let's say they get you to like a series of artwork and you absolutely smash it and you do it, Games Workshop can still say to you, okay, well, you haven't got the job, but take the pictures that you've done and use them, because it basically you did it as part of a trial, but now they own it. Now, again, I have no idea if that's true. And who knows, that might even be standard practice. I don't know. I'm not an artist. I've never applied to... Well, actually, that's true. I have applied to work at Games Workshop many, 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 many years ago, before they were a total bag of shit. But yeah, please do not take that as fact. It could be complete bollocks. I don't even know if it's true. Okay? But yeah, so the thing is, like, I think there's a lot of cases where I do think there's a lot of cases where people who end up working for Games Workshop, I think they hire people who they can mold. And by mold, I mean control. I think there's a lot of people who don't work at Games Workshop. I think a lot of people leave Games Workshop because they're more competent. I think a lot of people leave Games Workshop because they won't... I think a lot of people are made to leave Games Workshop because they won't do exactly as they're told. Yeah. But there you go. But yeah, so I think it is a sign of the times. I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign of the times. That's what I was saying. I think, it's what I was saying before. I don't really want Games Workshop to remake classic Warhammer, because I think they've got a ceiling. I don't think they're completely incompetent, but I think they have a ceiling of what their capabilities are, and I think they I think we can see what that ceiling is very clearly now. I don't think it's terribly low, but I don't think it's terribly high either. But yeah, and yeah, I think it would not surprise me. Also, and not to completely demonize people, I'm actually, to see this from the other side, to be very sympathetic, I can imagine that Games Workshop demands some very difficult deadlines. Think about, just take a moment and think about the absolutely relentless release schedule that GW now operates under. Right? Every month, there's a new thing. Often, multiple new things in a month. And that's just for Warhammer 40k. Then you've got Age of Sigmar, which also they support. And you've got Old World, which has been a bit low on releases recently, but it still had a hell of a first couple of years. And then you've got Kill Team, which is constantly getting new stuff. And it's not just that's models that need to be designed, that's boxes that need to be drawn up, that's artwork that needs to be created. Like I can absolutely imagine, just from before we completely demonize someone. I'm not saying what they've done is right, but before we completely demonize someone who may have, cut a corner of their job, who amongst us hasn't? Who amongst us hasn't cut a corner in our job? Especially in a punishing deadline. Someone very well may have been given an impossible deadline and told, draw that, get that ready for this article, and they've gone, the only way I can do this is if I get a fucking AI to go. Like they did the first Marine, which they kind of got right, and the second Marine they were like, I just can't get this done in time. Just AI it up, and they've checked, and they're absolutely exhausted. They check it over. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it's the gun. You know how AI sometimes makes the guns like really long and like the arms start merging into the gun. They're like, no, that looks fine. Yeah. How many fingers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 fingers. Yeah, fine. Like, and then I think it's, yeah. So I think it's very possible that GW did use AI, but I think there's more reasons than GW lied to us than what could have caused it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say I was in no way demonizing for that AI art, just making an argument for it being such. I'm in 100% alignment with you, Uncle Clumsy. I can imagine a myriad of scenarios that led to this, including GW just lying to us and actually using AI. There's two ends of the spectrum here. Yeah. But yeah, there you are. I will say this though, going back to my point, and this is going to upset some people. It's a controversial statement. And I know there's going to be a lot of people out there who are very anti-AI who are going to dislike the statement, and that's fine. I think GW made a mistake saying they weren't going to use AI and implementing an anti-AI policy. I know, but hear me out. All right. I got basically the main reason is, so to be clear, I'm not necessarily pro or anti-AI. I'm not here saying it's going to solve everything. I'm not here saying it's going to be the end of the world. I personally don't think I know enough about it to comment on it, on the moral ethics of AI. All right. I'm just a dude that likes making Warhammer videos. Okay. But I think specifically for Games Workshop, I think it was a particularly short-sighted decision that I think they did for some short-term PR points without fully appreciating the long-term implications it could have on their business. So number one, I think I don't think it was necessary for Games Workshop to come out and say whether they were pro or anti-AI. I don't think anyone really cares what GW. I think GW would rather. No, obviously people care about AI. I don't think anyone cares what GW's stance on it is. They're a company. They're a corporation. It's like, no matter. It's like when EA kept winning like worst company in the world, right? Then no matter what bloody PR bullshit they did, people just didn't like them because they were a scummy corpo. Right? So Games Workshop did it in an attempt to try and get some good PR points. But no, but has anyone changed their opinion on GW on the macro level because of this? Either you're pro GW or you're not pro GW, and them being anti-AI doesn't really move the needle on that. So I don't think it was necessary for them to make the statement. I think they did it, and now they've dug themselves a rather unfortunate hole. And like I said, I think they did it to score Twitter points. I do. And you might say, oh, they did it to protect their artists and all that kind of stuff. GW, if you really think GW did it to protect their artists, they don't even fucking credit their artists. The only reason GW does anything is money. And I think they did this because they thought it would generate positive PR. And positive PR can lead to people, more people buying their models. It's that simple. All right. PR is one of the levers that companies use to convince you to buy their shit. Right? So I think they did it to score some short-term PR points. And I think there's two parts of that. Like I said, the first part was it was unnecessary. It was essentially corporate virtue signaling. But the long-term ramifications of it, it's like a lot of these kind of stance policies that have taken in recent years. They don't actually give a hot fuck. They will break their word for an extra nickel. Exactly. And if we could use another example of this, you have a lot of companies that were openly very gay pride and all that kind of stuff. And now they don't even talk about it anymore. Now, I want to make something clear. I am totally pro gay rights and all that kind of stuff. Of course, right? Like, it's fucking 21st century, guys. I mean, we're not going to get into it right now, but I don't want anyone getting the wrong end of the stick and thinking that I'm there bloody holding signs up saying God hates cigarettes and stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is you had a lot of companies who came out in who came out in the last last 10 years, changing their like Twitter icons to like pride flags and all that kind of stuff. And that's fine, by the way. Like, that's fine. Do it, companies can do what they want. They can manage the PR and all that kind of stuff. But it's very interesting to see how so many of these companies were very like openly pro pride, and then in, I'd say, the last year or two, they've like gone completely silent on the topic. They've gone completely silent on it. Exactly. They cared when it looked good for their shares and profit margins. Again, they didn't really care. Exactly. And I actually think that's quite despicable. I mean, don't get me wrong. I expected nothing less from the soulless corporation, right? I expect nothing less from it whatsoever. The corporation will do the best thing for the corporation, right? But I do think it's utterly despicable because it's basically, well, you're just lying. I know, right? Who would do that? But you're basically lying, and the reason why they did it is because they believed it would lead to more sales. It's that simple, right? So with Games Workshop, I think this whole pro AI, anti AI thing is exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing. They've done it to make a bunch of PR points, right? Now here's the problem. Here's the second point. So firstly, I think it's a mistake because it was a waste of time. Nobody cared. But that doesn't really do anything, right? They can waste all the time they want. The main problem is that now GW, I think, whether you like it or not, speaking purely objectively, I think AI is here. And I think it is a tool. And I think in the short term, people and companies need to appear to be anti-AI. But once public sentiment changes around that, I think, just like The Luddites couldn't stop the Industrial Revolution. I think, there were a lot of people that were very sympathetic to the Luddite cause at first, and then they found out, wait, I can get nice clothes and it won't cost me a fucking fortune. I wait 6 months for Bob down the road to fucking weave it. People became very into it, right? And I think what will happen is inevitably AI, it's like AI is convenient and convenience sells. There's a reason you don't still use a Nokia 3310. It still calls people, but you don't use it because your new phone is now better and more convenient. So I think AI is a tool, and I think over time, whether you're pro AI or anti AI, I'm not taking a stance there. I'm just talking objectively. Over time, I think it will become more prevalent, and I think public opinion will shift over from having to be perceived as being anti AI to people being they don't care. I don't think people will be, someone will probably marry an AI, right? Someone will probably try and fuck one. But I think realistically, it'll just go to the realm of, I don't care, this is convenient. And I think and when that happens, Games Workshop is going to be in a very interesting position. Because all of their competition, and there will be competition, there's always competition. Sometimes it comes up quickly, sometimes it comes up slowly. There will be competition. All of Games Workshop's competition that didn't make an anti-AI statement will use AI. And it will make their processes more efficient. It will be used as the tool that it's designed to be used. AI can't do everything, but it's like a tool, and like any tool, when used appropriately, it can lead to great efficiencies. It can lead to making companies, processes better. I think companies that are laying off all of their accountants and getting the AI to do the books are going to find themselves with some interesting IRS meetings in the future. I think those people are fucking stupid. I think that the way I think AI is best used is when you have a human who knows how to manipulate it, gets you the best results. That's the way it should be used. That's where I think is actually the it's like it's like having good coders and stuff like that. You still need the person you need it's like the AI mancer, right? That's what you kind of need. And I think the problem that Games Workshop is going to have is they've made this anti-AI statement, and other companies around them haven't made that statement. As public opinion shifts to, I don't really care about AI anymore, it's just a convenient tool that companies use, then I think Games Workshop will find themselves being much less efficient than their competition. And then they're in a difficult position, because if you do not improvise, adapt, and overcome to changing circumstances, in the dog eat, what was it? The founder of McDonald's said capitalism is rat eat rat. He said it's not dog eat dog, it's rat eat rat. And I think in the rat eat rat world of capitalism, Games Workshop might find themselves being left behind very quickly. Yeah. So I think whether you're pro AI or anti AI, that's not really the discussion here. And whatever stance you have, I honestly mean it hand on heart, I respect it. If you're rabidly anti AI, and fine, like honestly, power to you. You won't find me arguing with you. And if you're like trying to marry an AI and have kids with it, then you're a bit odd. But as long as you're not harming anybody, that's all right. But I think GW making the statement was a very short-sighted decision. And personally, I think the statement that they made was made for short-term PR points. And personally, I think it was a political statement, because there are definitely people right now, and I think it could change if people start getting put out of work, don't get me wrong. But right now, I do think that people who tend to be more on the left tend to be anti-AI. People who are more on the right tend to be more ambivalent towards it. We don't really talk politics on this channel, so we're not going to get into the details of it. But I think that's a fairly accurate, very generalized statement to make. So I think that's why it was made. But like I said, long term, I think GW will find themselves in the position of either having to compromise on that position, or just fall behind. Yeah, that's what I think it is. Now, what decision do I think they'll do? I think they'll quietly hope people forget about it. I think they will quietly hope people forget about it. And if they do get caught out as being hypocrites, then they'll just not acknowledge it. They just won't acknowledge it. And they'll know that Wargamers will just move on to the next drama in a couple of weeks. That's what I think will happen. And who knows, maybe that is exactly what's already happened. Because a lot of people are saying this picture is AI, and yet nobody gives a fuck. People will just, do you know what people will do? They'll go, GW lied to you. What is it? A day ending in Y, and move on. Yeah, so that's what I think it'll be. So long story short, I think that picture has had AI used on it. I think people are right to point out GW's hypocrisy, but I don't think it's going to have it. I don't think it's going to cause the shareholders to... I don't think it's going to cause the very important squiggly line that tells everyone that GW is doing very well to go down. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? We've got some super chats. All right, we've got these super chats, and then I'm going to have to wrap the stream up. What do we got next? Davidson, thank you for the 20 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you very much for the membership, sir. Thank you for your support. We've also got Ed Bailey. Thank you for the super chat. Rather Tim Cup or be on the business end of Timmy's pork sausage? I apologize to all the people who this is their first stream. Also, how come Morty Bro can grow a hot beard but little bro can't? I don't know. I guess it's probably genetics. All right. Maybe I'm the milkman's son and he didn't have a good beard. Who fucking knows? All right. Mordian the younger. Mordian the glint in the milkman's eye. All right. There you are. Rex, thank you for the 35 months. Xbox, baby. Thank you, man. Also, thank you for the super chat. I've been out the loop DMing and I saw 11th drop. I was going to get back into Wargaming again. And should I pick up 11th or just stick with OPR? I would say take a look at 11th. And then if you don't like what you see, continue playing OPR. Getting back into 11th edition or going from 10th to 11th. 11th... Deciding on any metric, deciding for any reason why you should play 11th edition is entirely a personal choice. I am not going to persuade you one way or another. I'm not going to persuade you. You should look at the game and speak on its own merits. You should look at the game, let it speak on its own merits, and decide based on that. Yeah. Personally, I will be playing 11th edition, but it will definitely be one of several games that I will be playing. I won't be dropping any of the other games that I play to play. Yeah. I'm gonna be playing 11th. I'm gonna keep my eye in. I'm already signed up to an 11th edition tournament, so I'm definitely playing it. But it's definitely. The only thing I'm doing for 11th edition hobbying wise is a couple of Rogel Dawns and 3 Bulgrin, and then I'm not really unless anything new comes out for the card, I'm probably not bothered. I'm not even guys. It sounds horrific. I'm not even bothered about getting the Centaur or the Hippogriffs right away. I'm gonna wait and see what the general consensus on those are, but yeah. Which is horrific because I really was excited for those models when they were announced. But yeah, there you go. I actually have before I go, if you want to know what my 11th edition tactic is, it's pick Purge the Foe, go full mechanized leaf blower. I think some people might may think the next statement is going to sound insane. I genuinely believe that's 11th edition solved. So you Purge the Foe has 2 very easy, passive ways of basically scoring points. Stand on one objective and kill 1 unit a turn. Basically nets you like 8 primary a turn. And then there are other things on top that get you primary points. And then the reason you go mechanized is because you still are going to have to do actions for like secondaries and stuff. So you still need the mechanized. You still want infantry and stuff. But the reason you want to go mechanized is because you want to abuse the new terrain rules by towing into cover. So basically, I'm looking at 6 chimeras, 6 Leman Russes, or maybe 5 chimeras, 5 Leman Russes, 3 hellhounds, something like that. And that's probably going to be my 11th edition list out the gate. Maximum DACA, because the thing with Purge is, if you look at the mission layouts on Purge, the terrain layouts, they've all got one big ruin in the middle, and that's the layout which is the perfect firing line. It's like you go in that, someone's calculated, like if you go in that middle ruin, you can basically see like 75% of the board or something insane, right? It's something beyond beggar's belief. I might be misremembering. It might be 60%, but you get my point. I think if you can tow across the main ruin and then like another bit of ruin, so with like a bigger tank, you can see like 75% of the board. It's insane. So yeah, my idea is basically abuse the new towing in rules, maximum firepower, blow people off the board, hold on to secondaries for a few turns, and then just score like all my points turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Only thing that might change if I need some Bulgins. Bulgins are very, very good. But yeah, other than that, I think that's about 80%. I think that's about 80% of 11th edition solved. Yeah. So my advice, Rex, is take a look at 11th and see if it's for you. But make your own decisions. I don't want to be... I'm not saying... If you want my personal opinion, I don't think 11th edition is a particularly fantastic edition of Warhammer. I don't think it's a particularly terrible edition of Warhammer. I think it's just another edition of Warhammer. Ishmael, thank you for super chat. AI's a tool. You're not going to outcost the super adaptable machine with a supercomputer in its head at only $17 an hour or a couple 100 a project, and it buys its own fuel and self-replicates. I honestly don't know if I don't know if AI self-replicates or if it buys its own fuel or anything like that. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Ishmael. Like, you're not going to outcost. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, like AI is just AI. If you try and get AI to do everything, it goes badly. We've seen this time and time again. How many companies short-sightedly fired or a whole department of like accountants or coders, got AI to do it, and then found out that it was just hallucinating like numbers. Like, we made so much profit this quarter, and then it's like. Then they got like a normal human to like audit the books and everything. And they're like, no, you didn't. You're running at a horrific loss, or you've massively underreported your income to the IRS. You're now getting the shit fined out of you. So yeah, like that's happening. That's happening all the time. So you need. Yeah, you need. Oh, I see what you're saying, Ishmael. Yeah. So what Ishmael is saying, a literal supercomputer at $17 an hour. You're saying humans are a literal supercomputer at $17 an hour? I don't know, man. I've seen some humans that are definitely running on Windows 95. I don't know, man. I live by the George Carlin quote of think about how stupid the average person is that you encounter every day, and then realize that half of them are more stupid than that. So Isabel, like, I think what you need is a very, very smart human who knows how to manipulate the AI correctly, so that it can produce the correct results. The way a company will fail to use AI is to get AI and then the people that are pushing the numbers are fucking stupid and lazy and useless. No. Those are the people that are going to end up with 6-figure space marines on the front page of your website after you put out an anti-AI statement, right? How you use AI is to basically have a bunch of very, very clever, high-paid people who can work very hard and very efficiently and very capably, work even harder, more efficiently and more capably. That is the intelligent way of using AI, that if you approach it with that mentality, it will make you a lot of fucking money. Yeah. The AI is only as with any tool, it's only as good as the person that uses it. Yeah. That's it. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Can I be rabidly pro Timmy? No. Fine, go on. You can, but no one else is allowed to be, unless they really want to be. But no. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I can fanatically ant Timmy. Ant? What? Don't ant me. I don't even know what anting is. Don't bloody ant me, Cosmic. Bloody hell. He said he's going to fanatically ant me. A-N-T, like the fucking thing with the... Oh, can you be fanatically anti-Timmy? I mean, yeah, of course, if you want to be. I don't give a shit. You see, if you remembered the A, Cosmic, but you forgot the I. Margot, thank you for the super chat, man. More AI slop issue discussion. It's a fun tool sometimes. Let's have a look. More AI slop. Forwards for the Emperor. Volunteer today. I mean, yeah, you took your model and got an AI to make a thing out of it. 173rd Imperial Siege Army. There you are. The Imperial Creed. One faith, one throne, one Imperium. See? This is... I mean, when the average person has this at their fingertips, it's convenient. This is like... This is what I mean. Like, and again, don't think I'm taking a position on this. I'm merely talking objectively about it. The reason I don't have a position is because I haven't thought about it enough to have an informed position on what my personal feelings towards AI are. I think it is something you should make an informed decision on. But talking objectively, this is just more convenient than getting an artist to make it for you. I know that is taking money away from the artist. Fully aware of it. Don't think I'm not aware of it. But what I'm saying is the average person, when they have this power at their fingertips, well, the average person is pretty fucking selfish. They're not going to really care if it's putting an art student out of work. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, and the people that are like, but it's taking jobs away people. You're absolutely fucking right. It is. I'm not disagreeing with you. AI is going to have a negative... AI is absolutely going to have a negative impact on thousands and thousands of people. You're already seeing it. You're already seeing it. There you are. It's, yeah, who knows? I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be immune from it. I wonder how it'll affect this channel. Maybe someone will be able... Maybe you'll end up with, like, you know how, what is it in Blade Runner when you've got like the AI girlfriends and stuff? Maybe it'll end up with fully AI content creators in the end. It's probably already happening. Probably, definitely. I think I saw on Instagram, like, one of the highest paying Instagram accounts is this, like, girl that gets her tits out. Well, obviously not out, but, you know, scantily clad, hanging around the pool and everything. And it generates thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds / dollars worth of content every day. OnlyFans, the whole 9 yards. And it turns out the entire thing is an AI. People are literally signing up to an AI, but it's just like super realistic. Yeah. There you are. There are 100% AI tools that are useful. However, it's just not capable of what a lot of people think it is, and the greatest danger people trust it to do. I agree with that, Knoin, 100%. Like, I've used this example all the time. Like, AI, there are basically two ways to use AI. This is the last thing, and I gotta end the stream and sign off because I've got to go to the doctor in the morning. Here you go. I use this example all the time. So,
we need to build more data.
To sum this entire thing up. Wait 1 minute. To sum this entire thing up, AI is going to be used in one of two ways. Effectively used in one or two ways. Ineffectively, if you just fire a bunch of people and try to get to AI to do all of it, it's going to go horribly wrong. So that's the ineffective way of using it. Effectively, you're going to have some very intelligent people who are going to use it to really make their workflows much more efficient. And it's going to do mad, crazy shit, which is going to blow our minds, and it's going to cause technological leaps forward and all this kind of stuff. Before you know it, we're all in flying cars. Okay, that's one side of it. The other side is this.
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
To cure cancer, right? We're curing cancer. Right?
That's it. There's no in between.
When it comes to fighting crime,
AI will lead to that is the two forms of AI. That's the two outputs of AI. That's it. That's it, right? Konflikt, that is subject. Or you scum like me and you use AI like this in stream discussion. No, but Konflikt, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Getting loser, we're going to ford the river. Green Vault for life. Conflict crew. Rift ready. River crossing. No retreat, no surrender, only victory. Right? But this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Either you're going to have people use it for absolutely mental shit, like, curing cancer, or you're going to have people using it to make memes. And that's the only two effective ways of using AI. Yeah, that's it. Everything in between is just going to basically be a waste of time. All right. Anyway, and on that note, let's wrap back this bad boy up. It's been an interesting stream, to be honest. It's been a very interesting stream. We've covered a lot of ground and a lot of different topics. All right. We've talked about everything from the new Moller and how it's actually really good. We've talked about me piercing my knob. That went on for a bit longer than expected. We've talked about GW using AI and everything in between. But unfortunately, I'm gonna start the stream early, and I'm gonna have to end the stream early. And the reason I'm gonna end the stream early is because I've got to go to the doctor tomorrow, so we can poke my belly button and say, yes, that's a hernia. Such is the interesting life. Tomorrow, probably another chatting stream. Just chatting some good bollocks. Thursday is going to have to be a 40k stream because of the guard stuff coming out on Thursday, right? So it'll probably be like it'll probably be Wednesday, Friday hobby streams. We'll see. it could be a busy week this week, so it might not be hobby stream till Friday, but we'll make sure we have a hobby stream then. But yeah, probably tomorrow is going to be a chat and bollocks stream. Thursday will be definitely a guard focus stream. Wednesday, Friday, we'll play it by ear. All right. Simon V77, I've actually been... Chat can back me up on this. I've actually been extremely non-beefy this stream. I've turned a corner. I know I say this all the time, but I've genuinely turned a corner. I think I got all the salt out my system last week. Last week was really salty. I'm not going to lie. It was very, very salty. This week and going forward, I'll tell you what changed my mind. I spent all Saturday recording tactics content. I talked about the guard. I did a video on the guard meta, a video on how Met Guard isn't dead, and I did a video, record a video on Soviet power armor, and that's all for this week. And I really enjoyed just making content where I wasn't moaning like a little bitch boy. So yeah, there you are. If more beef comes out, then if there's there might be beef on Thursday, there might not be, but I'm not seeking the beef out. I think last week I got this close to letting the beef consume me. I got too close to letting the beef consume me. If you he who stares into the beef will have the beef stare back into them. So yeah, I'm gonna try and not try. I'm not trying. It's naturally happening. I'm just talking tactics going forward for a bit. Yeah. Yes. When TTC next Monday, I believe. There you are. So we're not avoiding the beef, but we're not seeking the beef out. That's the way. And we're going to only cover legit beef, not fake beef. All right. So, got a few super chats coming in here. David D. Davidson, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for your support, sir. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line. Cosmic Dream, thank you for super chat. When TTC, I want to paint, I urge to purge the grey. So, officially, the start will be probably next Monday. But, you know, if I get all the channels and everything set up, then I can probably start it, like, unofficially on Friday. And you can have the weekend and stuff. You guys know I always sort of do the early bird thing for the people that are already in the channel. So, next Monday at the latest. Friday, probably. Especially if we're doing a Friday hobby stream. All right. What do we got next? Russell W, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you, 10 gifted memberships. Big thank you to you for 10. Big thank you, David for 10. Amazing. There you are. Sir Epert, flying too close to the beef lol. Exactly. Flying too close to the beef. Battle report when? So I haven't been able to do a battle report. Haven't been able to film one for a little while, but I'm hoping I'm going to be getting back onto filming in a big way. So yeah, don't worry. All right. So with all of that said, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hey, Simple Logic! Oh my god, I'm trying to leave. Oh my god, you guys aren't starting that again, are you? Every time I try and leave, you bloody do more support. Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing. Right, I'm rushing off. I'm not even going to do an outro song. It's just going to end. It's just going to end like The Sopranos, mid-sentence kind of thing. But no, thank you so much to all of you who joined today's stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you to everyone who liked the stream, subscribed to the channel, joined the stream, and of course a massive shout out to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty with all the super chats and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. With a big shout out to Glenn Lee, because he did Death Strike chat, biggest chat of the evening. Amazing. Bob M, thank you for the gifted membership, man. There you are. Today's stream ended a bit early. Tomorrow's stream should be normal. All right. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.